Good morning, good morning, good morning, Law Nerds. It's early. It's early. It's time for us to go to court. Why? Because it's day one of the Donna Adelson trial in Florida. It's Friday, August 22nd, 2025. Do most judges start a trial on a Friday? No. But Judge Everett is ready to get this case zooming. They worked till well after 6:30 local time, which is Eastern, last night to finish selecting a jury. They seated a jury of 14, 12 plus two alternates. They had wanted three alternates. They didn't get three alternates. They got two, and they're like, we're good. We're rolling with it. Let's go. And that's exactly what they did. So when we go to court today, we are in day one of trial after 3 days of jury selection. What does that mean for us? Well, it means that they are ready to rock, and it means that, well, the jurors were only there for like a half day and then a full day for the final day of jury selection, and they're ready to go, and that the judge expects evidence today. So when we go to court, that's what we're looking for. So Law Nerds, are you ready? I'm ready. I hope that you're ready. You're ready? I see you in the chat saying you're ready. Let me know what you're coming in from, where you're drinking. Did I make coffee yet this morning? No, Dr. B's bringing me coffee. I'm still hydrating. You know, if I learned anything from Attorney Alessi, it's time to hydrate. So it's time to roll to court. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court. The judge is going to read the opening instructions, telling the jury how to do their job. And then we're going to roll right into opening statements and then into witnesses. Is Wendi Adelson going to be the first witness? Is Wendi Adelson going to be the first witness? Is Wendi Adelson going to be the first witness? That's the question on my mind this Friday morning. So you guys, it's time to go to court. Let's rock. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the Law Nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, let's go. We're rolling with the court, you guys. Let's hear it. So we are just a touch behind live court. The judge is going to read the opening instructions. If I need to give a little bit of a zoom on the judge, I will. I saw some of you asking for a road so far. Shadow Fox, we had a trailer rolling before the stream. So the judge will tell you what Emily, Freudian slip. The judge will tell you what Donna Adelson is charged with very shortly in the instructions. And then we're going to get to openings. So the lawyers are going to give you a road so far. But day one of trial.
Juror number one, how did I do on the snacks?
Your Honor, we love you and your dedication to snackies. I feel you.
Before we get started this morning, I'm going
do you guys love the new software?
Instructions as
Crisp and so clean.
Trial will take place, and
gain that up a little bit. If we need it louder, let me know.
Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see.
So the jurors get to take notes. We love this for them.
After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion.
He was so happy when the jurors were just like, "Good morning, Your Honor."
In this case,
Your Honor, it's too early for me.
And it is to be uniform.
The morning sun is still coming in my office.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury.
Donna's wearing headphones so she can hear.
Florida versus Donna Adelson.
She has some hearing.
This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of
He's
guilt.
a touch low.
It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations.
All right, give me 1 second to try to gain him up a little bit. All of you are like, he's a little bit quiet. I think so too. Let me try to gain this up just a scotch and see if that's better. So I'm optimistic that it will be. Let's see how it goes. Let's see.
beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson
That didn't
in
change very
accordance
much.
with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are
I didn't even hit the
well-defined,
live court
and they
button.
do not overlap.
You guys, that's on
This
me.
is one of the fundamental
Apologies.
principles of our system of justice.
That's Harvey
Before
Adelson in
proceeding
the
further, it will
courtroom.
be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what
I'm gonna move that
evidence
back up
they
a little bit.
believe will be presented
Look, with
during the
new
trial.
setup comes new
What the
responsibilities.
lawyers say is not evidence, and
Try
you
to
are
gain
not
this
to
up
consider it
just a
as
little
such.
bit more.
Following the opening statements,
That's better.
witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys.
Too much, not too much.
Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence.
Better.
After the evidence has been presented, the
closed
court will
captioning
give you
just doesn't wanna
instructions on
cooperate
the
with
law.
me.
The
Better?
attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions.
Emily, you were talking with what the
After
judge
the-
said. The judge said opening statements, evidence, closing arguments, deliberation, verdict.
Final instructions
My
are
summary.
given. The alternate jurors will be released, and you will
guys have
then
your
retire
notepads?
to consider
Much better?
your verdict
Awesome.
in this matter.
I got my notepad.
You should not form any definite
First trial
or fixed
trying out the
opinions
new
on the
notepad.
merits of this case
don't decide
until
yet.
you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the
I got to be honest, this one's hard for me with this case. This one's hard for me. The court's like, do not make up your mind. Most cases I go in, I'm like, yeah, I haven't made up my mind. This case, I'm like, I'm interested to see what the evidence shows, but I definitely have some opinions on this one based on everything that we've seen and all the trials that have gone before. I have opinions, but I have an open mind as to what the state can prove, but I have opinions. Some cases I'm like, we'll see. This one, I'm still like, I'm interested to see how the evidence comes in, but I have opinions. The jury, they're not allowed to have opinions yet.
lawyers and the instruction on the law that I will
Yes, I have
provide
thoughts.
to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based
Defense
solely
counsel
on
is
the
just
evidence
looking
or
right
lack of
at the
evidence
jury
and the
as they're
law.
listening to this.
I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors.
They brought
about
Donna a
this
little bit of a
case.
lippy gloss.
No communication
So that's,
includes
you know,
emailing, text
not mad
messaging,
about that.
tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or
blogging,
look
y'all.
up any information about the case. If you become aware
Sir, it's
of
all
any
just video
violation
now.
of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom
Yep,
personnel
tell
concerning the violation.
Everyone. Tell your friends.
During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks.
Oh, they're
And
definitely
you
going
will
to do
be
that.
permitted to separate and go about your affairs,
Should we
or
zoom
you'll
him
be
a little bit?
returned to the jury room. During these
zoom
recesses
him a
or
little bit.
breaks, you must not discuss the case with
Court's at
anyone,
1.25.
nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence.
It might just
about
be
this
ADHD, but
case.
he speaks so
If anyone attempts to say anything
considered.
to you or
We
in your
can just-
presence about this
we can just
case,
go.
please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the
moving.
case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff. who will
Leave that
advise me.
person at once. Nobody's
All
allowed
cell
to talk to you
phones,
about the
computers,
case.
tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any
No
recesses
vibes.
or breaks, but even then, you
Good
may not
morning,
use your
Dr.
cell
B.
phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered
Call
to you
the
without
court.
delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case, or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed.
I'll give
during
them
the trial.
pictures and maps if they need
Jurors
them.
must not have discussions of any sort
No
with friends or family
independent
members
research.
about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without
Based
distraction
on
and only
the
on
evidence.
the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find.
Right.
That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly
weird to
and
be in a
improperly
court
prevents the parties
that doesn't
from having
have
the
an
opportunity
OnlyFans.
that
I
our
gotta be
judicial system
honest.
promises.
For all of you just
Any
coming
juror
in,
who violates these
the judge is
restrictions
giving opening,
jeopardizes the
the
fairness
judge is
of
giving
the
opening
proceedings,
jury
and a
instructions,
mistrial
the
could
same,
result that would require
slightly different
the
language than
entire
we've
trial
heard in other
process to
courts,
start
but
over.
same.
A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all.
Pay attention to the evidence. Don't make up
If
your
you
mind.
violate
Don't
these
do
rules,
independent
you may be
research.
held in contempt of
Don't
court
fuck it up.
and face sanctions such as serving time
Go
in
team.
jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence.
Both
From the exercise of
prosecutors,
the defendant's right
the
to remain
Lauren, are
silent,
blonde, so
a
that was
jury is
one of the
not permitted
prosecutors.
to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure.
They're supposed
and it is
to
their
be.
duty to make all objections they believe are proper.
That's not a dig at these lawyers. That's
When an
that's
objection
a
is made,
note
you
to
must
other
not
cases.
speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require
The
my consideration
sidebars.
alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last.
We're sorry.
When such conferences
Jurors.
occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a
Sidebars
fair and
happen.
orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to.
You can
This is
doodle
going
if you
to be
want
an
to.
individual choice for each juror.
Yeah, do what you want.
You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? You may proceed.
I feel like we should, we're going to go back to speaking in real time. We zoom the opening instructions. Look, y'all have heard them. I've heard them. We've all heard them. We didn't fly to Florida, though, so we didn't get our frequent flyer miles. So we're going to fly to Florida. I know. It's time for opening statements. Let's go. Hopefully we've got microphones. So this is the...
Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case.
Both prosecutors look a little bit alike, yes, but Dugan seems to have like the wavy blowout going. So we have Dugan and Kappelman. They'll introduce themselves. They both did voir dire yesterday. So I'm interested to see if they have any multimedia, but for those of you new to the case, you're going to find out about it right now. Let's go.
And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table.
Charged with murder!
She appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago.
It's way too early for nonsense.
And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee.
I mean, at least
the last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway, and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen
into the timeline.
Who traveled all the way
right into telling
to
them the story
from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911, and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to
investigate. Probably a juror that sneezed.
To try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel.
We're going to hear about Wendy's interview.
The crime scene left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen.
However.
And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing.
They left a lot of other information, didn't they?
The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendi Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson.
Sitting in prison.
The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great.
However,
but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendi Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendi Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother,
her daughter
to solve the problem by getting him
if
to
you got a problem, I solve it. Charlie,
go to Wendi
can you just tell your sister?
Wendi until Wendi ultimately agreed to do
that's not
what
a
the
healthy
defendant
dynamic.
wanted her to do.
Emily, we're sitting here in a murder trial.
And while the defendant had always
Obviously.
been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendi and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendi that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage
three
in
different
Tallahassee
tracks.
because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendi and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendi instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her...
Wendi and her lawyer are both lawyers. To all of my knowledge, Donna is not.
Her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendi Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendi and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice.
Ma'am, you have choice and agency over your life.
The defendant instructed Wendi Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendi Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendi would not be permitted to move to Miami.
Yep.
To be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever.
Great use of those documents.
Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendi Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendi know that the Adelson family is a team,
nickname.
And they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation.
Bribery.
Like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendi move to Miami with the boys.
It's just $333,000 each.
The defendant also suggested several ways that Wendi could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendi to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendi would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails.
Don't bleep out the curse words.
For the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with...
Cindy in the chat said, Emily, you do not have control over your life when your mother is so overbearing. No, I meant Donna had agency. Donna's like, we're spending so much time in Tallahassee. We're losing income. We're losing this. Donna, you don't have to go to Tallahassee every week. You cannot. Also, Donna wasn't a dentist. She was the office manager. So no, I was 100% talking about Donna. You know, we're losing so much income. I mean, we have $1 million to bribe him, but we're spending so much money to go visit. Stop it, Donna.
The idea for Wendi to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church and then post the pictures to social media.
Oh, yeah.
And even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendi Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendi Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life.
They're your client's emails, counsel. Don't look at the prosecutor with the fuck you face.
It did not matter to her.
They're your client's emails.
Wendi had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms. As long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendi Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendi's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendi Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami.
That's just not
And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendi and the boys to be relocated to Miami.
Never give up. It's time for action.
The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendi's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often...
How do you think the Tallahassee jury feels about the fact that Donna just constantly shit on Tallahassee? It's one of the reasons to keep it local, right? Also, you can see how this dynamic is setting up. She's doing a great job telling the story. I love it.
The defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children.
If you couldn't read the end of that email, it says, we'll go back real quick. On 3 separate occasions in the last month, completely unbidden and out of nowhere, Ben announced to me, Abba, Grandma says you're stupid. The children are 3 and 4.
Was very worried about
when this happened.
Her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren.
I'm going to read the email. It says, if necessary, I will seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother if this alienation happens in a way that endangers my relationship. And that's Dan Markel emailing about what's going on with his children.
And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel...
This is why the prosecutors want to bring up the fact that the children's last name were changed by Wendi from Markel to Adelson after Dan's death.
Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that
that's Dan's
not
mother.
Having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street.
It's like it was
and
all
just
set
like
up.
that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelson's big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant...
Dr. B and I are still not convinced that he's actually a periodontist, but that's neither here nor there. But yes, dental practice, it's so common that, like law, dental does run in family. But Brian and I are not convinced. He's definitely not an oral surgeon. And his LinkedIn doesn't make any sense with him having any time to do a perio residency, but we will get into the nitty gritty of whether or not he was lying about his dental specialty later.
Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office.
That's not uncommon.
She was the details person.
She was the office manager.
This defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family.
Her.
She was the matriarch, and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. after Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson told police, and
everything.
The police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed
This
at the
point
time of Dan Markel's murder.
Sends me.
And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendi Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendi Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief.
Girl.
And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper.
The new TV that was being fixed, he bought her a new TV, the one that the Geek Squad had to come out and fix. Your new TV was already broken? Weird.
And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendi Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents,
Donna!
Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson.
Donna set up the appointment.
So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed...
You heard that right, chat. Donna set up the Best Buy Geek Squad appointment to go to Wendy's house the morning of the murder on July 11th. That appointment was made July 11th. July 18th, the murder goes down. She set up the Geek Squad appointment so that someone was at Wendy's house with her. Y'all, tell me she didn't know. Tell me she didn't know what was going down and when.
Never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendi said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually murdered by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images,
Wendi has not been
coupled
charged
with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence.
I like that law enforcement's on that side and then the emails and then the stuff down the middle.
And finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task, and it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. they found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there.
Isn't that interesting?
And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder,
law enforcement
so July
investigated.
16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami, I think around the Gainesville area. The phones turned back on. And then, once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to...
For all of you in the chat saying, wait, they like did investigation. I know this went down in 2014. Yes. They pulled the bank surveillance video. They pulled the surveillance video at the gym. Yes, this investigation started in 2014 and kept going. Yep.
Look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share 2 kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these 2 paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So, Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive,
I need to make myself smaller,
led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant.
I really like how they broke down how everyone's connected. Catherine Magbanois through Sigfredo, who she has children with and had an on-again, off-again relationship with, to her boyfriend, Charlie. So she bridges the gap between those 2 groups. I appreciate the way that the prosecution is breaking out who everybody is.
But also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her.
For those of you new to the case, just a real quick, we're going to see Magbanois testify. We're going to see Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera testify. Garcia, Rivera, Magbanois, and Charlie Adelson are all in prison. And Donna Adelson's, all those photos are from around the time of the murder in 2014.
Son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case. And that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to
One
the
of Emily's
defendant.
favorite things.
Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanois all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery.
There that is. Whoop, there it is.
A black Lexus sedan, whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation.
How'd you pay for the boobs,
Bank records
Katie?
also showed that Magbanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder.
So weird.
And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also,
So weird.
about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice.
Hey.
The one that
Hey, Donna, that sure looks like your signature.
she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects?
The money was
Law
loud.
enforcement wanted to know what they were saying.
And they sure found out. What y'all talk
In
about?
examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seemed to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them.
Like a game of
The
telephone?
defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanois act as the middleman?
She's the go-between.
Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap.
Tap that phone.
By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and Magbanois are no longer dating. They'd been broken up for over a year. Catherine Magbanois, at this point, is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since Magdanois.
Charlie has moved on
Charlie
to
Adelson and Magdanois,
others.
they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were.
A little bump.
Their plan was
bump.
to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016. To walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me that won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna
so
Adelson
real.
on the street.
This is like full I know what you did last summer. It's like, hey.
And try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So, this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf.
The
to
bump
even things out
is to see if you can get people talking on the wire to
He
kind of
never says
shake the
Charlie
hornet's nest.
Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson.
You want to see what they do next?
The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail? Or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that
weird, right?
It involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5.
Always about a TV, isn't it?
The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magdanois' name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that.
You know, Charlie is happy that the prosecutor's like, he's a player.
He didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine McBanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine McBanois. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine McBanois. And his call to Catherine McBanois is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Weird, he knows exactly who to call.
And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork.
And
law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine McBanois, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant, and in person she gives him the...
For those of you that were asking, why the old pictures of Donna? Why the old pictures of Charlie? It's for this. The bump operation happened in 2016. The jury won't know that Donna's been in custody, but Donna's been in custody. We watched the video where she was complaining about the food in custody and gaining weight, and that was her complaints. But she looks different in 2025 than she did in these videos. So part of the reason they're using the older photos is so that the jury recognizes where Donna is in these videos and stills that they're showing them, because she does look different 11 years ago than she does in court today. So that's part of why they showed those older pictures. So you know that in this, that's Donna with Charlie.
Paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine McBanois. Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI...
There was a tale. It's like fully the beginning of Miss Congeniality. There is a tale at the restaurant recording the call. From who? From who, chat?
The FBI!
Back it up real quick. The work that went into this case is extensive.
Sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant. An undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel, and that person could tell police what they know? Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine McBanois, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information.
No, Charlie.
And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport.
He said what now? If they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport.
It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius.
The poor prosecutor fighting with a fly in court.
So
it's so
that
real.
fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Mag Benoit. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed.
Tell us more about that,
So he's
Charlie.
trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene,
In their own
they
name.
still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder.
I forgot Charlie's the expert.
Charlie
in evidence.
Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses,
Sure, Charlie.
and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Mag Benoit about how blackmail works.
Educating or mansplaining? Was he mansplaining blackmail to Katie?
He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police.
Don't you come around
Charlie
here no
Adelson
more.
gives Mag Benoit very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity. But don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Mag Benoit the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back and coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes.
I forgot about that.
He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend.
What the fuck?
And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Mag Benoit then asks Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of.
That wasn't in the
reminds
probable
her
cause affidavit.
she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Mag Benoit to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, he gives her they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI.
Looks like a kiss on the cheek.
And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine.
Of course he does.
And he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanua then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice,
Garcia's like leaving
false
out of this
leads,
shit.
listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it.
Rivera's like, fuck this shit.
He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000.
Who staples
and after
money?
learning this from Rivera, Magbanua was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept...
I had a really interesting embezzlement case with a dental office giving cash discounts. The whole thing went down because a patient thought that the office was trying to evade their taxes by not reporting the income that came in cash. There was a whole thing where the IRS was... There's times that lumps of professions get put into the spotlight, but this was not uncommon in some dentistry that if you pay... Dr. B would never, but if you pay in cash, we'll give you a discount, and guess how much of the cash gets reported? But for some people, they're like, if you're going to give me a discount on my orthodontics or whatever, I'm down. So they mean literal cash. They don't mean like self-pay. They mean literal like envelopes of cash.
The cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together. That was
Harvey Adelson
just like
that they
the money
just showed.
Rivera received.
10 out of 10 on the camera work.
And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest, in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continued, though, to gather evidence. They continued to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanwa's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanwa's trial, Catherine Magbanwa took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanwa. That Catherine Magbanwa was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanwa finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanwa testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband.
She'll be more stressed out in
Magbanwa said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanwa agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanwa then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanwa says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet.
Musty
she
money.
She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanwa said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant, had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced.
With water.
In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie
laundered
Adelson
it.
took the stand, and he testified that
She laundered the money, not in the criminal way, in the literal wet money. I can't even with the damp money.
That Magbanwa, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He had crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanwa to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant...
Sam, this is fair. Sam asked, is American money paper? Yeah, it's paper. It was wet, musty money stapled. Yeah, it's paper. That's not what money laundering means. She just didn't know that because she actually washed it with water. It's not how you launder money, Donna.
Defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam.
Oh, I've been waiting to hear about how this is going to come down in the opening statements. I am the flight. I am so fascinated. Let's go. For all of you new to this case, this is when I jumped into the case. It was when she got arrested at Miami International Airport. I was like, what did you say? And then the wet money. The musty money. Yep.
She was overheard
10-10.
planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam.
Yep.
And she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel.
Notice she did not say arrested. That would be prejudicial. They don't talk about Donna's arrest. Everyone else, they can talk about their convictions. It'll come up when they testify. But they talked about the fact that she was stopped there. Very conscientious choice of words. That's Harvey Adelson.
After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant...
This is why the defense was asking about this. The judge must have ruled when we did not see it. I didn't even pull up the docket. We are going to get into Jailhouse Informants. Holy shit. I didn't know if we were going to. Something must have changed. No. I just thought we were going to get to getting the one-way ticket. For all of you asking who's Harvey, Harvey Adelson is Donna's husband. He has not been charged. Oh, let's let this roll. Jailhouse Informants, y'all.
After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs.
She's offering dental work as bribes to informants in jail? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Who's going to do the dental work, Donna? Harvey is not still practicing. What, you're going to send them to Charlie? He's not doing veneers in prison. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. I guess the court found that the offering of bribes for false testimony in trials, consciousness of guilt, not the veneers. Oh my God. Oh my God.
If they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination and trial that Donna Adelson...
There's a handwritten script? Holy shit. Oh, Donna, you are cooked, girl. Oh, shit.
herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you.
Asterisk, read carefully so you remember. Oh my God.
Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial.
Oh my
I know
God.
it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
And that's the end of the prosecution's opening statement. The court asked for them to briefly approach. I wonder if he's going to take the morning or a little bit of a stretch break before the defense opening statement. That opening ran just a little over an hour. Look, you don't need a ton of time for an opening statement for it to be effective. I think that was incredibly effective. I'll give a summary once we see what the court's going to do. I am so glad that some of those filings about the jailhouse informants were redacted. Yesterday, I hadn't seen anything on the docket that the judge had ruled, and the defense was asking a lot about jailhouse informants in their attorney-led voir dire. I was in chat with the Lawnard Lounge about that yesterday. I did not stream it. We were watching it together back and forth. So I was surprised, but he knew that the judge had ruled that before we did because, well, they're going to be able to use that as consciousness of guilt, aren't they? If you are not feeling a guilty conscience, you're not trying to get someone to lie for you. I am always so frustrated when things are super redacted, but then again, I'm here for it.
The defense gives its opening statement
with the reveal.
We're going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Yeah, so they're going to take a morning recess. We're going to zoom. Let's do a summary. First, for those of you asking, welcome to those of you who've just tuned in. I know it's early for trial. Donna Adelson is wearing hearing assistive headphones. She will be the entire trial so she can hear better. So we will probably put that in Nightbot because we're going to get asked a lot about it, but they're just hearing assistive headphones. It also helps that if they go to sidebar, she can hear the sidebars as well. Let's give a quick summary of what we saw this morning. Court got started in day 1 of the Donna Adelson trial. She is charged with 3 counts: murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder.
Gallery or the observers.
Oh, I want to hear what the court's going to say. No, hold on. The court is talking. Wait, there we go. Let's see.
Need to use the restroom, please do so at this point, so that way when the defense is ready, we can continue moving on seamlessly. We'll resume again at 10:20.
Okay, we're just a little bit behind real time in, they're on Eastern Standard Time. So, Donna is charged with 3 counts: murder, conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation of murder. Yes, those are all different. When you look at the murder charge, aiding and abetting can charge someone as a principal, even if, well, with the same charge as the principal, even if they assisted with it. Conspiracy, same thing. If you have an agreement to commit the crime and the crime is committed, you can be charged with the underlying crime. Here, it's a murder. If the crime is not committed, then you can end up with that attempted conspiracy or just the conspiracy charge because the crime was never undertaken, but steps were made towards the crime. Solicitation is not the agreement to commit the murder. It's trying to get someone to do it for you. It's soliciting someone to commit that crime. That's why the 3 charges. They are allowed to bring up the convictions of other members of the conspiracy because A, those members of the conspiracy are going to testify, and B, their convictions will be known. It's not prejudicial to them, and it's not prejudicial to Donna Adelson. It's just a fact that they've been convicted. It will come up when they testify. So the prosecutor's opening statement, I thought, was detailed without being overly detailed. When we watched Attorney Lally's opening statement, I think you could definitely say it was detailed, but it was hard to follow, and he didn't tell the story of what happened. The assistant state's attorney, I will sometimes call them a DA, not to be confused with Donna Adelson DA, but the prosecutor, I think, did a great job of telling the story and then highlighting key pieces of evidence, photos where there are wiretaps, where there is a tail taking photos of people meeting, co-conspirators talking, and then the emails. She laid out what the evidence will show, but also what each individual did, how they are all connected, what they look like, and went through the different charges and then circled back to, and this is what she didn't say consciousness of guilt, but this is what the consciousness of guilt looks like, with some new information that we hadn't seen in the redacted filings of Donna trying to get her jailhouse daughter to testify that Catherine McBanawa said in custody something totally different because, well, Donna wrote a script for the informant who was going to testify with like question and answer and tried to pay them. We are already seeing the prosecution setting up the kind of underlying thread of the case, or the through line of the case, that Donna Adelson is highly controlling and will control those around her to get what she wants. Will tell them what to do, will tell them how to do it, and will try to get her way, including by telling those in custody to testify for her and how to testify by offering them money, apparently veneers, not even Crest White strips, full ass veneers. Corey Richens could never. Offering veneers, housing, money. And what have we seen in every turn that the prosecutor pointed out that Donna was doing? I'm going to throw some money at getting an emergency visa. I'm going to get a one-way flight. We're going to offer Dan Markel $1 million to let the kids move from Tallahassee 8 hours away down to Miami. They are trying to use money to solve every problem that they come across. It'll be real interesting to see how the defense responds to the opening statement. Because is Grandma Donna going to be who the defense portrays, not controlling family matriarch that the prosecution portrayed? So the court was on morning break. Let us zoom past the seal, the state of Florida, and get to the defense opening statement. And for all of you that are like, okay, but if I had $1 million, look, if you have $1 million to bribe someone, you can get back and forth to Tallahassee to visit your grandkids. It's fine. I don't think it's about visiting the grandkids, right? Then again, I've seen a lot about this case from the beginning. I do not have warm feelings for this defendant. I'm interested to see how this is how this presents the evidence, but I definitely have stronger feelings about this case than most of the cases we cover, just from everything that we have seen. Then again, it's rare that we do a case where there's 4-5 prior prosecutions. So we know a lot about this one. All right.
Clarification needed about what was discussed at sidebar. Not at all, Your Honor. All right, very good.
There were discussions at sidebar ahead of opening statements, it sounds like. I suspect the jury will be coming in.
Coming right back in, so it's probably going to be some Pop Goes the Weasel musical chairs, whatever your variation is of that.
He's like, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. And when we're only halfway up, either way. So the court's like, the jury's coming in, we're going to stand back up. I thought the court was ready to go, so I'm going to zoom until the jury comes in real quick. We're going to zip a zap on through. Was the court talking to them? No. All right. When everybody stands up, then the jury's coming in. I thought we were there. He's just chatting with everybody in court. I enjoy this judge. Emily, you're backing up for the judge chatting with everybody in court? Yes. This is what working in court is like. He said 14 people trying to wrangle the bathroom is a lot.
People wrangle be a thing throughout the trial.
You know what? I rather have the attorneys and the judge waiting on the jurors than the other way around. But I like this judge. He's serious when he needs to be. He is light with the attorneys when he needs to be. I like his demeanor very much. A lot of you asked, it's my understanding that this is Dan Markel's father in the audience. Dan Markel's mother's in the audience. Harvey Adelson's in the audience. I appreciate the shot of the broader courtroom. That's what the courtroom looks like. I love the bright red recording sign, so there's no confusion that it is being recorded. But also when they zoom out, it's like behind the scenes of a TV. Well, I guess this is a TV production, but we're gonna zoom. I thought we were there. We were not. The jury will be coming in shortly. The judge is probably being charming. He said everyone can be seated.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Are both defense attorneys up there for the closing? Yes, they are.
Good morning. My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet.
Okay. No, they haven't.
Well, I'm going to try and talk slow, because if I don't, the court reporter's going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first. But the defense has a right to be heard, too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well.
She
You
kind of
just
said, wait
sat
for
in
us.
the opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff.
The defense started their closing argument with the prosecution's presentation was kind of cool. I don't use that newfangled technology. I am okay.
But for an hour you heard
Just
about
a country lawyer,
this
right?
killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen.
She was signing checks.
And I just
man.
want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that.
It looks like Donna likes her lawyer to
actual
me.
Evidence that those things happened. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you
gonna be about
all
2 weeks.
are
It's not
kind of
that long.
prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny.
Interesting.
He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor.
He seemed to be
He had
beloved.
students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues.
Huh.
He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak.
And
Very, very intelligent man, and I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot.
This has to be
What
surreal
he
for
did
his
not
family.
earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendi Adelson,
Yeah.
the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel. But because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markel
I'm confused.
than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendi moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side.
So he was lovely and he
The
loved
other
his
side
kids. She
argued for
almost,
their
yeah,
side.
she almost
That's what
said
happens
verdict.
to divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorce.
Yes, she referred to the victim as doctor. Some lawyers do refer to themselves as doctor. I don't know if that's because Charlie Adelson and Harvey Adelson are both doctors or if he was referred to by doctor. I don't know. But it's interesting to see the defense opening statements so far focusing on the victim.
But not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life.
And yet their last
He
name is
wanted
now
as much time
Adelson.
as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendi and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but
That's Dan
it was
Markel's mother.
50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendi moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4,
Yeah, the
it's kind of
fly's
hard to
terrorizing
wrangle them
everybody.
to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down, they're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them.
Okay.
He didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen.
Huh. It's interesting that we are hearing what I think is probably actual emotion in the attorney's voice, but emotion in the attorney's voice over the death of Dan Markel. I wonder if she is trying to pull sympathy to her client, but she's not defending her client. She's just talking about the beloved victim, which when the prosecution gets to the fact that, well, everything Donna said about the victim and the fact that Donna was pushing for the victim's name to change, or the victim's children's name to change to Adelson, not Markel, it's going to hit the jury harder after the defense attorney spent this much time talking about what a involved father Dan Markel was, how much his children meant to him. You spend all this time talking about how much the children meant to the victim, and then it comes out that your client pushed for them to change their name. It's going to hit weird for the jury. But okay.
These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8.
Florida passed an entire fucking law because they were estranged from their grandparents. It's actually named after Dan Markel. And you're going on about them being deprived their father? His parents sitting in the courtroom have to be flabbergasted. I am uncomfortable.
But up into their teens, they lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences.
This is baffling.
All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning,
Charlie owned the dental
got up
office?
and they went to work. She did the books, she kept the books, she greeted patients, she got charts out. At 7:30 every morning,
She was the office manager.
she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see.
Every day?
What they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us.
We'll talk dental tea another
She's
time.
a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be.
Are they going to testify?
She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more
She's
about
just a
people
normal soccer mom.
than she does about herself.
Cares more about people than she does about herself?
Now, what happened on July the 18th
she would do
of
anything for them?
2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be
I like
able
the pink
to
shirt with the
prove
suit,
to
though.
you some of the things they were talking about.
The state is going to prove some of the things they were talking about.
Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
This is arranged the easel. Just raise your hands and everyone can see the easel.
Clearly. Thank you.
He said the easel, not the evil.
thank you.
Can everyone see the easel clearly?
So The state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did.
Ma'am, I also practiced law before we were regularly using PowerPoints. I have made many a chart like this. I appreciate you. I get it. Sometimes it's clunkier than others.
On July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also.
Don't walk away from the
During
mic.
the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours.
14.
In my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough.
Okay, look, I think the Tallahassee Democrat is pool for the camera. They just gained the mics when she walked away. It's a 10 out of 10. Whoever is sitting in the courtroom managing production, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I don't know if my input matters much, but 10 out of 10, thank you.
Into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's
How do you know he notices that?
and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns
Oh, he was on the
and
phone.
looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice.
Huh.
One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man,
It's an
Luis
odd
Rivera, who you've heard them
first person
mention in the
retelling.
state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel.
I think she's focusing on
His
everybody
engine
that's
is
already
still
been
running, and he's
convicted.
on the phone.
Like,
And
look, these
he
people have been
waits
convicted.
While this man kills him, he hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
Yeah. The state can prove all of this,
But they're
but
not
they
on trial here.
can't prove what
Right?
Donna
You
did,
heard
right?
they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove
Ma'am, it's not a road
that
trip.
she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money. The money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together.
Wet.
And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th.
Ma'am, you can't put cash in an ATM when it's wet. It's not going to go through properly. They had to wait till the money dried out before they could put it in the ATM.
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son,
Mr.
gave
Adelson.
approximately
Not doctor with that one.
$130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her.
They can prove what Charlie did.
To kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Oh, she's going to blame everybody but Donna. Look, they've
This
all been
case is
prosecuted. It has
really
nothing to do with Donna.
A lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened.
No, they haven't.
Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is without...
Truly, truly, truly outrageous. Ma'am, the prosecutors aren't in the business of trying to make money for the media. I would have objected. Some people in jury selection said they'd heard about this case. I would have been out of my chair objecting so fast. Then again, I am not trying this case. Ma'am, they are not blaming Donna because it makes a lot of money for the media. They didn't even arrest her until she decided to peace out on a one-way ticket to Vietnam after being on the phone talking about the fact that she was going to set up all her affairs for her daughter and her grandchildren. You don't put your affairs in order to go on vacation. Okay.
Any evidence,
I'm gonna let her finish.
only motive and theory.
I'm dying.
They put her at the top
Oh my God.
of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed. And they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury.
She said outrageous 15
and you're going to
times.
hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is.
Yeah, it
and I
is.
ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you. All of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder.
The Best Buy.
That she engaged these men to kill him. And that she gave
She
the
doesn't
money
they don't have to prove that.
to her son
That misstates what they have to prove.
to give to Katie to pay them.
That misstates what
You won't
I
find
have to
evidence
prove.
of that.
Okay.
The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board. $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial,
Charlie.
out of his business account.
Ma'am, if we're going to learn about it, why don't you just say it in opening? Why don't you just tell them what it is?
To put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson's. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you...
I wasn't the only one jumping to
he's going
closing.
to give it before. He's going to give you...
You know what you never heard Alan Jackson do in an opening statement? Talk about the closing. Talk about the right to a trial. No, he talked about the evidence. She hasn't really talked about the evidence that much, has she? She's vaguely alluded to that the evidence won't show it and that Charlie did it, but she hasn't talked about the evidence much. Charlie's testimony is going to be interesting.
All of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it.
You could tell them in opening if you wanted to.
She
but
got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. Zelman, if you could take down the easels at this time. Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls James Geiger.
I did not hear what she said. Staggered? All right. We're going to get into the first witness real quick. The defense opening statement was not what I expected. A, it was much shorter. B, it didn't really focus on the evidence. A lot of the opening statement focused on the victim and what a great person he was, what a great father he was, what a learned professor he was. And at the end of opening, the defense said the prosecutors aren't going to prove that this woman, Donna Adelson, wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren. She called the state's case theory and motive, but lacking on evidence, and talked about Charlie Adelson and what Charlie did. Said that the state will be able to prove what the two gunmen did, but that there's not much evidence as to Donna. But the opening statement really didn't say what evidence shows Donna didn't do anything. It was odd, the amount of focus on the victim. She almost got to a Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, wait for us, but she said, wait till all the evidence. The state goes first. We will go after. And then at the end, she said, the judge will tell you about the elements. Listen to them to see if the state has proven those elements. And at the end of the case, we're going to wait, or we're going to ask you to find Donna Adelson not guilty. And now we're getting into witness number one. I mean, she did everything but call Donna Adelson a little old granny. It just was an interesting opening statement. So we're going to get into the first witnesses. Trial is off and away. I expect this trial will move pretty fast. They're expecting it'll take about 2 weeks. The judge wants to be done by September 5th. So away we go with witness number one. So we got the still photographer sitting in the front of
May I reposition the lectern, Judge?
the courtroom. Prosecutor's moving the lectern while the witness is coming up. Sam asked how many witnesses. The state, I think, has 67 witnesses on their witness list, but they list everyone that they might possibly call, not everyone they're going to call. I don't know if that was a persuasive opening from the defense, but I guess we'll see.
Geiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
All right, state's witness number 1.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122.
Oh, don't give your address, sir.
You lived at that residence.
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me.
But I think he's the
Do
neighbor,
you recall
right?
something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024. 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right.
That's
could
why
you
they asked
please
the
tell
address.
Our jurors how something unusual first got your attention.
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive, out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound, and we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened
This
and
poor
where it
man.
had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left.
All right,
And
let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
They're going to show him, I imagine, the view across the street. Very my cousin Vinny, like
Yes, sir.
from your home, what
Are
did
these
you
very
see
accurate
across the street?
Photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described.
yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
So he lived opposite the house. So the photos that are getting published to the jury show kind of when he looked out what he would have seen of Dan Markel's house. And he would have testified at Charlie Adelson's trial, at the first and second McBanawa trial. The first McBanawa trial, she was charged.
Could
She was
publish
tried
states
with
1, please.
Garcia. He was convicted. They hung as to McBanawa. She was tried again. Rivera pled. Honestly, if I'm the defense, I probably wouldn't cross this guy at all. There's no need.
All right, sir, so if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please, what we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here, if that's of any assistance to you. Push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir.
Point at the
All
point
right,
at the
so
big
just
screen.
describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured?
Oh, so not across the street, next door on the same side of the street.
That's correct.
Publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described.
I'm just going to note this photo is taken. You can see that there's crime scene tape up and the police are up, which means that law enforcement saw what had happened. Dan Markel would have been transported to the hospital. And then they stayed and said, "Sir, can you show us what you saw?" And they went into his house and took pictures of exactly what he saw. I don't know. We've been in Massachusetts too long, y'all, when I'm just like, look at the competency. Look at that. We love it.
That something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
They're just showing us
as I mentioned,
what he could see.
I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like.
He's like, nobody drives
And
that
that
fast
caught
around here.
my
What are you
attention,
doing?
Although, quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light-colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay. So if something got your attention, what was that?
The sound.
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially, we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and
He's just
walked
being a
across
good neighbor.
over to Danny's house to see if
poor man.
anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going
The defense is likely not going
right of the
to
photograph or
object
toward the
much
left of the photograph?
It would
because
be
they're going to
towards the
say,
right.
yeah, this is what happened, but Donna's not involved.
And you said
That's
you
their
walked
defense.
over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open, his car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5.
man.
And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out, and I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make
he's like,
sure
"It's probably
everything was
normal."
okay.
But he
Yes,
was,
So I walked into the actual
he
driveway.
felt something
then,
was off.
and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling, and so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house.
Poor man.
So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
Like reaching for
How
his
many
phone going,
minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states
I know, it's
exhibits
just heartbreaking
4.
But I'm glad he went and checked.
6 and 7.
because police were able to get there very quickly. And they were able to start tracking this case very quickly because of what he heard and because he went and checked on his neighbor.
On number 4, and then also 6 and 7. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
Chad is indicating that that's Dan Markel's sister that's being shown on the screen.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish state 6, please.
Angela asked if he was the only neighbor. It was a weekday, and Markel had gone to the gym and dropped the kids off, so I imagine
Sir,
a
is
lot
this
of people
how
were already
the
out
vehicle
at
was
work.
positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish state 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged, was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's, if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And States Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection to states 4.
My notepad insists on updating. One thing that's not going to happen with paper is it's not going to insist on updating for you, but today, the Supernote, which I'm trying for the first time during this trial, is insisting on updating.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly
That looks
sure
like
of
a
the color, maybe
light-colored
white, maybe
Prius.
silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I mean, a 2014 Prius had a pretty distinct shape based on everything else on the
I'm gonna
road.
approach and show you States Exhibit 5. Recognize States 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
All right, may I introduce States 5, Your Honor?
Any objection? States 5 is admitted.
Publishing States 5.
It would actually be
What
a
did you know about Mr. Markel?
pretty strong move
Well,
to not cross-examine this witness.
This occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendi were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event, and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child, and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendi, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendi had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
And that's okay.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911
So he was
call.
moving.
It took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage, and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to
So they're going to play the 911
that day?
call?
Yes, I have.
I have not
And was
heard
it a
this. I'm
fair
sure
and
some of you
accurate
have.
Recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
Any objection?
And I imagine for the defense, right, if you're
Not
not getting into
published.
stuff with Donna, if you're getting into stuff with the case, I wouldn't cross-examine either. It'd be like, yeah, this happened. It's tragic. But Donna had nothing to do with it.
What's your emergency?
It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Well,
Can you repeat that for verification?
21.
I'm going to turn down the location. It's out there, but just for my own comfort.
Okay, the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 85021.
Oh, and the number as well. Good Lord.
Exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out, and I came back over. And
Donna's wearing
his
hearing assistive
driver's
headphones.
side, window is shattered, and he's spattered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know if the address is next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. He didn't. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with it?
He is very calm on the 911.
The driver's side window is all
He doesn't
bashed
know what's
in.
happening.
He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what happened, but he's, at this point, Dan Markel was still making
That
some
number, by the way, is
noises and moving.
211
The
21.
the pool camera is doing a great job of trying to mute some of those identifying details.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer.
That's a long
Like 14
time.
hours, didn't it?
Long time.
Yeah, when you're waiting for 911 and they're
Nothing
not there,
further.
that's really frustrating. I'm glad they didn't play the whole call.
Mr. Geiger,
No questions.
you may step down,
I
sir.
anticipated no cross. I'm not surprised. Let's
Is he
see.
released from his subpoena?
Who the
Will
next
anyone
witness
need to
is?
Call him for any purpose.
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
The 911 call will be admitted. It's not super
Please call your
relevant.
next witness.
State calls David Sims.
The state's calling David Sims,
Please approach.
and the lawyers are approaching. We have a little bit of Zoom room, so I'm going to use that Zoom room while they approach before the next witness takes the stand. For those of you that have watched this trial before,
Please raise
thank
your
you
right
for
hand
the
and
no
be sworn.
spoilers. For
Do you
those of you
swear
that are
or
new to
affirm
this
the
trial,
testimony you're about to
thank you
give will be the
for
truth?
joining
You may
us
take your seat.
for live
Please
trial.
speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
My question now is, will we get to Wendi
Sir, please
today?
introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, SIMS,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes.
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call?
I imagine there's not gonna be any
2116
cross
Trescott
of any of
Drive
these
on July
witnesses.
18th of 2014.
Yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes.
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor, he thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
And yes, they still have to
Published
prove that the murder
dates,
happened
7
because Donna is being charged with murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation. So they do have to prove that the murder happened.
Has the
However,
vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being opened, right?
correct.
The
Okay.
defense.
When you got there, was the vehicle
The defense argument is this happened, but Donna wasn't involved. So I imagine we won't see a ton across with these witnesses,
running?
Yes.
if
it
any.
was.
All right, what
car
did you
was
do
still
when
running
you
when he
first
arrived?
and observed the vehicle.
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said Daniel. He didn't know there was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there.
He immediately thought it was a
no
gunshot.
response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shunned off the
So he got there
the car,
before paramedics
so the
did.
car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car. I
Let me
removed
pause
the-
you there and approach and show you what I've marked as states 8 through 10.
His phone was still in his hand.
Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce states 8 through 10. No objection.
States 8 through 10 are admitted.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you,
They're going to show photos of the car. I imagine if they won't show photos of the victim, or at least those shouldn't be broadcast.
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact,
that's the
but
broken
right
window.
there looked like a little rounded area.
all right, and was this void, large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached
car.
in, the door was closed, I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them coming down the street, they were almost there.
Okay, and were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there and pulled it out and set it on the ground so they could make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not
there?
in my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please.
So the jury is seeing those. We
See
are
the
not.
half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph.
Yes.
And then the phone on the ground.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured?
Nishay,
to the
that's a
left
great
of the
question.
That
eyeglasses?
was in
Saving
his
it.
left hand.
Because he's moving quick in his testimony. Nishay in the chat asked, "Is it common to call retired
there a
cops to
safety
testify
search
in
done at
trials?"
the
Oh, I
house?
thought I had time. Do they still get to review their notes, etc.? Yeah, they do. It is common to call people retired, especially when a case has gone on this long, because if they worked the case in 2014, we're in 2025. People do retire, so it's not uncommon to call people back. It gets difficult if people are no longer alive and can't come in to testify when cases get old. That happens too, but yes, it's common, especially in a case that's gone on this long. It's not common if the case and the prosecution happen within like a year, because it just takes a minute. But yes, when a case has gone on for 11 years, some people will retire.
Yes, after
sure.
EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary,
Nothing
robbery?
was taken.
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
Just the damage to the
No further
vehicle
questions.
and the injury to the victim.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This witness is released, Your Honor.
No questions?
Please call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
I think the jury will appreciate the no cross. Again, the defense isn't arguing that this murder didn't happen. They're arguing that there's no evidence that Donna was involved. So I imagine they're going to let the foundational witnesses as to the homicide just move quickly and go through it. So next witness is going to be the state's witness number 3. And I imagine we're going to move pretty quickly through these foundational witnesses. So I'm going to zoom while that witness takes the stand. The longest part of these witnesses have been them walking from where they're sitting into court. Immediately, I like the color of her Stanley Cup. I'm in. Good morning, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law enforcement?
I am retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes,
Congratulations,
a little over 8
ma'am.
years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
I immediately like her vibe too,
Job,
Chad.
did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please.
It's just such a normal proceeding. It's just
the scene that
smooth
you're referencing.
Yes, it
moving
is.
so
I'm
far.
going to approach and show you states 11 through
I
17.
appreciate that the
as
pool camera has
well.
shown what is appropriate to be shown, but is not focusing on it too much.
Just have you look through those and tell me if you
Lots of chat is like, are there members from the media there? Yes, there are members from the media there. I can see Julia Janae from Court TV sitting there in court, and there are other members of the media who I'm sure you will recognize in court.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
For law enforcement, a lot of you are saying, how long into retirement can you stop
11 through
working?
17 are admitted.
They can be called back in to testify as long as they have a case that's needed. So there's always going to be a tail on them coming in to testify, and they are
Did you collect the eyeglasses
compensated for that.
shown in States Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
They collected things with evidence bags. It sounds like there's bags in
That
court.
appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
The half the eyeglasses just kill me.
States 121 and 122.
As a prosecutor, it was always there were always little
Yes, I do.
details in homicide
Two
cases that would
eyeglasses
just
collected
stick
from
with you.
this
The
crime
half of
scene.
a
Yes, they are.
half of a
Judge, at this
sunglasses.
time, I'd ask to move in evidence states
Chilling.
122 and 123.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor.
States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Law enforcement
Yes, I
is
did.
paid
Where was
to
it
testify as
located?
part of their regular work. When they are retired, they are compensated in some way to come in because they're essentially being called in to work, even though they're retired.
That one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was, the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor, right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as
And we already know there's no fingerprints.
collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
The prosecution was real
What were the results
clear
of
about
those
that.
efforts?
Those I would not know. It'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
And that's not surprising.
Publish states 14, please.
It's a wallet,
Approaching with states 125.
the Delta Sky Miles,
Recognize 125.
10 out of 10.
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay. Any
Right, there was
evidence
still
that the house
cash
was broken into
in the
or
wallet.
anything taken from the house?
Which is
Not
why
that
it
I
will
could
be
determine.
discussed to show that it
Published
wasn't
state 16,
a robbery.
please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front
The broken window.
driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken, so prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching
Look at
what
that. We
I've
tried to
marked.
preserve it so it wouldn't continue to break.
Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes,
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 126 is admitted.
Publish.
And they're just going through the
And the
documents.
the glass evidence, is that consistent with a gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendi Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
The police
The
station?
vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21.
Crispy Cookie in the chat said the contrast between this and the Karen Reed evidence collection is astounding. I know.
Do you recognize 18 through 21?
It's been a minute since
Yes,
we've
I
watched a trial where we've gone, this is what's supposed to happen.
Yes.
A lot of the trials we've
With
watched
evidence
kind of go
18
off the
through
rails.
21.
Any objection?
Just-
No, Your Honor. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please.
This is just normal.
Publish 19. Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on
Bullet.
the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is
Rah
a bottle
whiskey,
of
rah whiskey.
alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
Emily, we're singing Dave
And
Matthews
what does
Band.
that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
Yeah.
on 7/18 of 2014.
That
at
day?
12:49.
What do you need a new bottle of whiskey for?
From ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits.
What do you need a new
Fine
bottle
wine
of
and
whiskey
spirits.
for?
Did you also
Bullet is a Kentucky
go to the
whiskey.
hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
This is from Wendy's car.
The time that you responded to the hospital, was
With the
Mr.
rye
Markel
whiskey.
deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 22 through 24.
You guys in the chat are telling me I'll find out what the whiskey's for. All
You
right.
recognize these exhibits?
Bullet,
Yes, I
I didn't
did.
know Bullet
How
was
do
a
you recognize-
county in
I
Kentucky
took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that
until I
day?
drove
Yes.
through Bullet County
Evidence,
and went,
States
ah,
Exhibits 22,
there's the distillery.
23, and 24, Your Honor.
I need to go to the distillery.
No, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared.
Yes.
And
Those
this was
won't be
done on the
shown.
18th.
Yes. Yes.
Publish next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to
Those
be
photos on the screen are of Dan
unburnt,
Markel.
Gunpowder and
So we're early and we're right into the photos of Dan Markel in the hospital. They took photos in the hospital first, not at the coroner's office, because he survived for 14 hours before he passed. So the cameras have focused on Donna Adelson, who appears to be crying, sitting at the council table.
gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity, and it will tattoo or stain.
I'm
the skin.
surprised they are showing
States Exhibit 24, please. Is this another
any photos of the
effort
victim,
to
but that was a
capture
photo of the
that,
victim's arm
stippling that you
with
observed?
stippling.
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is
The stippling on that part of the forearm doesn't surprise me, especially if somebody's trying to lift their arm up. So,
Please call your next witness.
one of the attorneys is patting Donna's arm. No cross-examination, doesn't surprise me. I'm going to stop saying it doesn't surprise me. All right, we're on to what, witness number 4?
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir.
I imagine this is the
Do
coroner.
you swear or affirm the
Or one of the
testimony
doctors
you're
from the
about to
hospital, could be
provide
either.
Will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
And yes, they're moving through witnesses quickly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, J. Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are
Coroner.
your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
So he's
Is
the
there ever
ME.
a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right, and how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
Wow.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I
Armpits.
obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did the 2 years of animal research before moving on to
How does it always come back to Massachusetts? How are we back in MIT? Sir, we have another coroner that you might be friends with. She testified in another case. She also started at MIT. I think you guys might have the most fascinating conversations. I want you and Dr. Russell to be friends. Emily, you can't just say make people be friends. Look, man, coroners.
Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
You've done this a lot, sir, haven't you?
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark
Hundreds
is an expert in the area of forensic
and hundreds
pathology, Your Honor.
of times.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
No.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
No.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
I imagine we won't see most of these photos, but Donna will, which means we're going to see more of Donna's face. Though I don't always comment, I will note that her nose and her eyes do not seem to be red in any way. And when we saw Donna crying on the stand when she was testifying about life in custody, her nose and eyes definitely got red when she was upset. So for her, it's a bit of a difference.
25 through 34, Your Honor.
There you are. States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Publish 25, please.
Before you publish, if the parties can briefly approach.
I imagine they're going to approach to talk about the order of evidence and the photos. The jury's going to be shown those photos. We will not be shown most of them. I'm going to zoom while they approach with the coroner on the stand. Look, the Commonwealth, I'm back in Massachusetts. Apparently, the state's attorneys are moving fairly quickly through their witnesses.
Take a break before we continue with the examination of Dr. Clark. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
The court's going to take a quick break. I'm going to see if he puts anything on the record. That's a big screen in front of the court reporter.
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
Okay, so it is about noon local time, but they said they were taking a quick break. So I'm going to zoom till we get back to court because I don't think they're taking the lunch break. That's actually a longer break than I anticipated. So we zoom past the break. We're going to be caught up in real time pretty quickly. The jury is coming back in. The coroner is on the stand.
State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. Doctor, you should have a pointer. Explain what we're looking at in States 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The x-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here and here.
Published States 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side. Right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath
So you know
their chin,
who it is?
the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot
That's gonna be
wound
hard
here.
for the jury.
It's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report, and this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in
It's
the
just
autopsy report is just
for them.
for me to discuss during the trial.
Published.
And during the report.
What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are small. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so, and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo-stippling, and this usually happens after a bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder, and we'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo-stippling around the left side of the face, and left side, neck, and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am. Or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please.
CAT Robotics asked about Wendy's
Again,
immunity.
we're
We'll
looking
talk
at the
about
left side
that
of the
in a
neck
little
here.
bit.
Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo-stippling is quite extensive.
limited.
Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here. Because of where the bullet track went to, it caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called a glabella. So it causes an irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo-stippling?
The stippling.
Sorry, stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged,
He's like, no.
out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning, and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it.
Abrades.
So that usually
Not
with a handgun,
hair
we can
braids.
see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This, to me, looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, very
States
close.
31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo-stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
Donna might have seen these photos with her lawyers in prep for trial. She might not have.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time. And most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up
stippling on the arm.
In a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing. And the soot and stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right, and you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to, and that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable?
That was the feed that glitched a little bit.
The one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say, if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 33, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
Donna took her headphones
that we
off.
placed these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both ones from gunshot wound number 1 and ones from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor.
Any objection? There you go. States 127 and 128 are admitted.
And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This
Would
is
you be able to turn it? Upper left, maybe?
Laura in the chat said, I don't know how I feel about the attorney comforting a client in a full hug in front of the jury. It can backfire spectacularly.
This is the bullet that we pulled from the right side of the
But
brain.
I think that's one of the defense
on the X-ray, it's
paralegals.
getting a little pretty deformed.
But yeah, it could.
You can see that we take one picture, one aspect.
The jury
of it here.
could
Here's
be,
the identifying label.
What is
over it
meant
as
by
well.
the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that
Homicide.
eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Quick and easy.
Clark.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day.
All right, they're going to take lunch.
Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this
I'm
point.
gonna answer some
As
questions
you've
and
been
take lunch as
previously
well.
Instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not
Kleenex
to
does
discuss
not
this
make
case
tears,
with each other
ma'am.
or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands.
They get it.
Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
That's 1:15 local time. It is, well, I think we are actually all caught up on local time. So about an hour for lunch. I'm going to answer some questions. I'm going to take lunch as well. Don't worry, we'll have our lunch music up here. We'll leave the chat on. But these Florida courts, man, sometimes they run late into the day. So if I don't take a lunch break, well, I'm not going to get a load of laundry in, and that's the truth. So I will see what the judge says to the lawyers. And then if you do not have the Law Nerd app, now is the time.
Before we go
We
on
will ping you
recess
when
break
lunch
this
is
afternoon,
done and court is back.
I believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic.
I want to hear.
The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point.
Oh,
Mrs.
boy.
Adelson,
Knock it off.
when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important.
But
that
I
you are
will.
able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Right, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
Well. Let me make sure we are in real time and turn the volume down so we don't like jump scare ourselves. We are at the lunch break of day 1 of the trial of Donna Adelson in Tallahassee, Florida. It is Friday, August 22nd. The court said he wants this case done to the jury by September 5th. They are moving through witnesses pretty quick. We are on witness number 4, the medical examiner, who just finished testimony as to the cause and manner of death of Dan Markel. So far, there have been no cross-examinations, which isn't surprising. In the defense opening statement, they did indicate that they don't dispute that this murder happened. They don't dispute who committed the murder insofar as the people who've already been prosecuted. Their argument here is that Donna had nothing to do with it. There is no evidence that shows that Donna had anything to do with it, that Donna didn't hire anyone, murder anyone, solicit anyone. But those things did happen to Danny Markel, as the defense attorney referred to him in her opening, but that Donna wasn't involved. So as we are doing the foundational evidence of the homicide, they haven't had any cross-examination. So we've gone through the neighbor who heard the gunshot and saw a light-colored Prius speeding out of Dan Markel's driveway and away. We heard from the crime scene forensic analyst who showed up and took photographs and collected evidence. And now we are on to the coroner, which just finished with cause of death being 2 gunshot wounds to the head and face, and manner of death being homicide. The court indicated there's about 3 more witnesses after lunch, and that will be the end of the day, except right after the jury went out, the court took a moment to address Donna Adelson directly and said this is something that we've addressed already at sidebar, that there can't be emotional responses. No boo-hooing, my words, not the court's, over at counsel table. No nodding in agreement, no shaking your head. Sit there. The jury needs to decide the case on the evidence, not on emotion, not on sympathy. So the court has advised the defendant again that she needs to rein it in her reactions. We'll see what happens after lunch. The coroner testimony and photos are going to be difficult for anyone, but we've watched a lot of cases and most defendants do sit there somewhat stoically. We will see what happens after lunch with Donna Adelson. Lawnards, now is the time for me to remind you to get the Lawnard app if you want to stay in the loop when court is back. When certain witnesses take the stand, we will not notify you through push notification when every witness takes the stand, but there's a few that I know you want to know about. When we get to those witnesses, we will let you know. The Lawnard app is free for you on iOS and Android. Of course, we do have a membership part of the app where we watched together yesterday on our secret feed, the voir dire while I wasn't streaming. But if you want the app and you want push notifications for this trial, Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com will get you there. Turn your notifications on and we'll keep you posted with what's going on in court and when court is back from lunch. Look, you've got an hour to get whatever shit you need to get done. Like, ready, go. Set a timer. You got an hour from now to go get stuff done. Answer your emails, get your work done, pick out what you're doing for dinner, grab lunch, hydrate, do that now. I'm going to answer some questions, and then I am also going to take lunch. So a lot of you have noticed the stark difference in the investigation between this investigation in Tallahassee and the investigation that we are so familiar with from the Karen Reed case. The opening statements were incredibly different. The opening statements from the prosecution told a story of what happened and showed you who all the players were and how they're connected. The opening statement from the defense talked about the victim a lot and then said these horrible things happened, but Donna doesn't have anything to do with it, and they're not going to show you that. They just have conjecture and rumors and speculation. They didn't say that. I housewifeified their closing. And you got a little bit of, I'm just a country lawyer. Like, I don't know these newfangled PowerPoints. Okay. So with all of that, a lot of you are like, it's too early for lunch. I know it's Eastern Standard. The juries are ready to go. Nathan said, can EDB live streams be my Pomodoro timer? Sure. You've got 45 minutes. Set the timer. And for those of you, a number of you asked me about whether I had downloaded John Green's new ADHD app. I would just suggest that trial is the perfect time to start earning some points with your little bean in your focus app. So if y'all downloaded John Green's app, look, start your timers while you're here. Start your focus timers. It's perfect. Just do it now. Many of you suggested, Emily, are you hitting up this app? Yeah, I went ahead and downloaded it too. All of you were like, what's it called? Oh, Focus Friends, Focus something. Put it in the chat because I downloaded it and immediately forgot. My brain is just, Hank's app, not John's. Even when I met Hank at VidCon, I think even then I transposed the two and they look nothing alike. It's just in my brain. So Hank's app, not John. I met John. I thought he was Hank. They look nothing alike. I am the worst. Wrong Green brother. The same. But we'll figure out what the app is. That my app sends reminders. The ADHD app you can set however you want to do it. Focus Friend. Thank you, chat. But yeah, it was number 1 in the App Store, and you can. It's cute. It's fun. So whatever you. I'm like now's the time. So just I constantly transpose the Green brothers. Apologies with that. But a lot of you mentioned it to me and I was like, we'll give it a try. We love to gamify everything. I gamify my sleep in multiple ways. Now there's a lawnmower? Okay. Now there's a lawnmower. Sure. Let's get to some questions. I will take a break so you don't have to hear the mowing, which never happens on Friday. So it's probably weather related. All right. Let's get to questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. We'll get to questions. Remember, if you are new to watching Trials with me, this is a commentary channel. I am a lawyer. Been a lawyer almost 20 years. Worked as a prosecutor for a very long time. Most trials I come into without as much information about the trial. This trial I came into with a lot more information about. So my feelings on this one are a bit stronger. Does that mean I won't keep an open mind to the evidence? No. Does it mean I'm a bit more skeptical? 100%. So this is a trial where Emily already has opinions. We'll see what the evidence will show, because if the prosecution doesn't have the evidence, we will talk about it. But the evidence is difficult in this case for Donna Adelson, in my opinion, based on everything we've seen. And what we learned in opening is we haven't seen all of it yet. Let's do some questions. I know our new software is so crispy. Sometimes I forget how loud our software can get. But yeah, I've got thoughts on this one for sure. I love that you guys are sharing what you're going to do during the lunchtime while you listen in the background. For sure, go ahead and share what you're doing in the background. Kelsides 7-Eleven and a number of you said, is this the first time Donna's seeing the photos? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on her lawyers. So she could have seen them in prep for the trial, or her lawyers could have said, we're not going to show you. We'll let you respond organically. It just depends. Blaze 07 or Blase 07 said EDB is showing text in opening okay. Don't they need to be entered into evidence? Opening statements is the lawyer saying the evidence will show, and these texts are going to be admitted into evidence. They know that. So yes, it is okay to show evidence that will be admitted into evidence in opening, because it's not evidence that's in controversy. It's evidence that the defense knows is coming, that's going to be admitted. It's not on the bubble. Evidence that may or may not come in can't be mentioned during opening. Evidence that is going to come in will be mentioned. SK, good to see you. Member for 57 months. Thank you for the live. Emily, P.S. I don't miss being a paramedic. It's a stressful job. Look, I did some very brief time as an EMT. It was definitely not for me. Also, why did I think that it was? I get motion sick. Like, working in an ambulance was never going to be for me. Like, girl, not the best plan. I really liked the information. I did not do well with like all the other stuff. Some of the members have heard those stories, some not. KAT Robotics, Wendi has immunity. Question. Here's the deal with Wendy's immunity. Wendi has been subpoenaed to testify by the state in Florida, and this is not true in every jurisdiction, but in Florida, that state subpoena carries with it use immunity and then derivative use immunity, which we don't need to go into. But what that means basically is when Wendi testifies for the state, they can't use what she says on the stand against her if they ever choose to prosecute her, and they can't use anything derived from that evidence. Think kind of like my conversations about fruit of the poisonous tree. If Wendi says something in testimony and they're like, ooh, can we use that to go get a search warrant? No. Ooh, can we use this to go investigate that? No. But if things are discovered in other ways, those things aren't kept out. They can't use her testimony against her if they ever charge her. They refer to as an unindicted co-conspirator. The prosecution has taken its time in this case. They arrested the two gunmen first, then Catherine McBanawa. Then it was quite a while before they arrested Charlie Adelson. Charlie was convicted, and then Donna's on the phone on that jail call that we've talked so much about in pretrial litigation. Donna's on the phone like, yo, we've got our affairs in order, and I got a one-way ticket. Not 2 tickets to paradise. I mean, she probably thought it was 2 tickets to paradise, but then she got some handcuffs slapped on her while she was getting on to that flight in front of all of the other passengers. Can you imagine waiting to get on your flight from like Florida to Dubai? How long of a flight are you even dealing with? Like, you're getting ready to get on a fuckballs long flight. You're getting ready to board, and the cops are there just throwing handcuffs on Donna Adelson. You've got to be like, is my flight going to be delayed? Can we just go? Anyway, I don't think we'll see much of that video in trial because the arrest is not the part, but her being stopped as she's boarding the flight is the part, because they're going to use that to argue consciousness of guilt. The defense is going to be like, it's a vacay. Ew. So we'll see. We'll see. So yes, Wendi has derivative and use immunity. It doesn't mean she can't eventually be charged. I don't know if she will or if she won't. I know many that have followed this case for a long time have asked, why hasn't Wendi been charged? Maybe it's because they want her to testify about everybody else. Chat's saying it's about a 12-hour flight. That's a long flight, man. Just Rhonda, thank you for the gifted memberships. To everyone who gifted memberships today, thank you. To the mods dealing with a slow mode that's not slow while we're in trial because we have so many members, thank you. To everyone who's like, slow mode's annoying. I know, but it's the only way I can keep up with reading chat. But the amount of members that we have definitely breaks slow mode a little bit. So it's there because slow mode doesn't affect members. So if you want to be able to chat at your leisure, membership will do that. Debster330 said EDB, suggested name for the pickle, Damp Dalla Dill. I'm not mad at it. Somebody write it down. For those of you that are new, we'll talk about the pickle gets a new name each trial. Nothing is quite like Gorilla Grip Pickle Pal, but damp dollar dill is a 10-10 suggestion. Thank you, Lucy, for the gifted memberships. We're going to need a pickle cleanse at the end of today, aren't we? We sure are. Tracy said Donna starts with a hearing device. What's the over-under on her eventually using a wheelchair? I don't know if she'll be using a wheelchair. The hearing device is fair. Court can be hard to hear. She's complained about her hearing in the past. She is 78 years old. It'll allow her to hear the sidebars without getting up. So if somebody needs hearing assistance, I'm not mad about it. But it is dramatic when she takes them off during certain testimony. Like, I'm not listening. We'll see. EDB, do they need to prove that Dan was the murderer? No. Or that Dan was murdered? Yes. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yes, they do. Can they go directly to proving how Donna was involved? No, they need to prove the underlying murder because she is also charged with murder in addition to conspiracy and solicitation. So they need to show the whole thing. They're going to go through it pretty quickly, but they need to show the whole thing. Member for 31 months, Unseen King said, is it surprising to have so much not surprise you? I mean, it's nice in this case that things are just kind of normal. So, Banjo Bones Mama said, I got a jury summons but was dismissed most likely due to being a correction officer. You never know. You might end up on a civil case. But yes, sometimes in criminal cases, they're going to be like, you know too much. Sorry. Let's see. Jen, I have your question about conspiracy. I'll pull up the jury instructions in Florida for next week and we will talk about it. But conspiracy in broad overviews is making the agreement to commit a crime and then substantial steps taken to carry out that agreement. That's the kind of broad overview of conspiracy. And then we will see the conversations. So I think that we're going to see a lot of Charlie did all of this. We don't know. So we will see. Tracy said, how many of Charlie's girlfriends did Donna write checks to? It seems not that many. And he only called one when that bump operation hit. So I think throwing Charlie under the bus is going to be a big part of their case. What'll be interesting is how much Charlie's lawyers tell him before he testifies. HD, not a dumb question at all. HD said, EDB, can Donna and Charlie have contact? Technically, Charlie's a witness in the case, so they shouldn't have had contact. But all their contact is going to be recorded. So if they did have contact, we will see. Because, well, now, Diane said your face is priceless. I do not have a judicial face. I have a what the fuck face. My face is just like, you what? Huh? That's wild. Pharmacist Karaoke said she's trying to show this was during defense opening. She's trying to show there was no motive, and it's so cringy. It's something. It was an interesting opening statement. I have seen defense attorneys when they do not have the strongest case talk a lot about the Constitution in opening, talk about the fact that everyone has a right to a fair trial, listen to what law enforcement says, and things like that. This one is a whole thing. Julie said, I wonder how Charlie feels about his mom now. Will he testify? He has been transported to Florida from prison so that he can testify. When he will testify is a question. If he will testify is a question. So we will see. Let's see. Music to My Soul said, my concern with telling a defendant that is that people certainly judge Karen Reed for her demeanor. So making a defendant alter their reactions could affect that. I find that jurors, by the end of a case, and we know that Donna's going to testify, have a much broader perspective of the case, different than maybe the discussion online. But defendants can't try to manipulate the jury with emotions. So the court needs to rein it in. It's probably better for her. I mean, if a defendant sits there silently and roll like a tear just happens, the court's not going to do a lot of it. But the shaking the water bottle and all of the rest of it, the court is not going to love. And that's what we saw. But yes, for those of you saying she's going to testify, the defense talked about it quite a lot in their pretrial motions that she's going to testify. I wouldn't be surprised. Look, Catherine McBanawa testified at her trials, and then at Charlie's. Charlie Adelson testified at his trial. I imagine that Donna is going to be like, you need to listen to what I have to say. And then the jury will be able to see what her demeanor is like across the trial. I imagine that when Donna Adelson testifies, she will have a lot of emotion, the way that Murdaugh did for herself. That's what we saw when she testified in previous hearings, because yes, she testified in her own hearing to try to be released on bail. She didn't love being in custody and had to share that with everybody. So we're going to see it. Megan Rose, you and many others said 1010 on the beard from the medical examiner. Yep. Yeah, it is an Idaho style beard, like Prosecutor Santa. It's a glorious beard. So, Carrie and the Cats said, sorry if this is irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. Many of you have asked. How much goes into deciding how the defendant is dressed? Do the lawyers suggest anything? It can depend on the circumstance of the lawyers, the defendant, and the case. Sometimes it is whatever clothes are available to dress in civilian clothes. Sometimes it is very much intended. I imagine, and again, I have not worked as a defense attorney, so be sure to ask like Natalie Lawyer Chick and all the defense attorneys across the interwebs this too. But I imagine with Donna Adelson, if I'm the defendant, Peter, lawyer, does defense work too, did prosecution work, Runkle and others. But I imagine the thought went into downplaying Donna. You do not want her to look slick. You don't want her to look wealthy. You don't want her to look put together. I think they want to make sure she looks a bit frumpy, a bit unassuming, a bit cattywampus, like a grandma. Like, look, y'all, her shirt's kind of bunched here and this and this and this. They want to make sure she looks like a grandma, and they are going to make sure she looks like a grandma. But the defense can bring in clothes for her. Her family can provide clothes for her. She has the right to be in civilian clothes or street clothes, not in jail, essentially scrubs. And so that's why she's appearing to the jury that way. The jury is not to know that she's in custody. The thought is that knowing someone's in custody could impact whether or not they think someone is guilty. It's like, oh, well, if they been kept in custody, they might be guilty. It's more prejudicial to see someone in, waist chains and orange. So she will be in some version of like a sweater and a button-down shirt, I imagine, every day. And Melly DB said, how long has she been in custody? Thank you for the gifted memberships, Prewa. She's been in custody since she was arrested in November 2023. She has not liked it. You can kind of tell on the the ends of her hair. You can see where the hair that she had been coloring has grown out. Particularly with women, it's one of the easier ways to tell how much hair growth they have had, because you can see where the hair has changed colors. Me, I love my silver. We don't want it to be permanently colored. I like it. Maybe a little bit more lavender. That's what we're going for next when we re-dye the hair. Mitch, thank you so much. Thank you, Emily, for making American law easy for me to understand as an Australian law nerd. I'm here for it. I know for a lot of our international law nerds, the way we do things are like, wait, that's wild. So I try to make it easy to understand for everyone, but I think the misconception is that those living in the US understand our legal system any better. It depends on how much you interact, but our legal system has a lot of components to it. A few of you have said that you had heard about Dan Markel being one of Peter's law professors. That was my understanding too, because Lawyer went to FSU for law school. It was my understanding that Dan was one of his professors, just from what I've heard him talk about. I'm sure he'll talk about it when he does recaps. Jacqueline B said, Emily, this has been going on for a long time. Yeah, is because this is the second trial or because it's the first trial? Jacqueline, that's a great question. This has been going on for a long time because the prosecutors chose people chose to prosecute people in stages. So they prosecuted the 2 gunmen and the go-between first. They kept wires and bump operations and things on Charlie and Donna. Then they arrested Charlie, and he was convicted in November 2023. Then Donna was arrested in November 2023 trying to flee. The recorded jail call between Donna and Charlie right after his conviction, I think, is very strong evidence for the prosecution. Her trying to get a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country, I think, is strong evidence of consciousness of guilt and of flight. Now, she wasn't required to stay in the U.S. She wasn't arrested. There's nothing to delay her travels. I think if she had had a round-trip ticket, it would have been much harder to argue. If she hadn't been on a recorded call saying she was getting her affairs in order and was making sure things were taken care of and kind of showing everybody where things were as if she didn't intend to return, I think it would have been harder to argue. But when you look at the one-way ticket and the affairs in order, it gives, I'm never coming back to the U.S. And then you have Charlie Adelson's statement in his recorded conversation where he says if the police had any evidence, we would be at the airport. It's giving that this is a plan to flee. I think the Adelsons thought that they wouldn't be convicted. So a lot of people don't fully grasp accomplice liability and conspiracy and solicitation. And I just wonder if Donna thought that her money would, Donna's moldy money would just handle it. I mean, who knew she was offering dental work in custody to those who she wanted to testify for her, right? Jordina, good to see you. So if pets are paw nerds, what are partners of law nerds? Mine bought me a membership because I'm here so much. Shout out to Zayden. I don't know. The law nerd partners? I don't know. The law supporters? You guys can discuss amongst yourselves. All right. They are going to be back in just about 45 minutes. I'm going to go grab some lunch. I'm going to put on our hold music. I will ping you guys in the app when Court is back. I will be back when Court is back. We'll run pretty close to real time when we get back from lunch. So partnered. I love partnered. That's Fluffy Buddy 1. That's very funny. Partnered. The in-laws also works. You guys are fantastic. Law nerds, you're the best. Look, I love watching trials. I wouldn't want to do this with anybody else. We will have some calming, soothing background tones for you, and I will let you know when I am coming back and we are back from lunch. So lunch is on a break. I'm going to take a break. Dr. B is texting me, so I'm going to go find him, and I will see you in, just about 45 minutes. If Court comes back sooner, I'll be back sooner. So I will see you soon. All right, you guys, hydrate, get the app. Court days are long days. Hey, Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Lawnerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Lawnerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Lawnard. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Lawnard app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Lawnard app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawnardApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey, amazing law nerds. How you doing? I'm ready to get back to court. I'm sure you're ready to get back to court. Did I finish eating lunch? No. Were we having some issues on the YouTube end? Yes. Have I been sending out emails? Yes. But that's okay because we're here. So if I can't pull up chats quickly or effectively, know that I will be in the chat on the YouTube end. If we can't pull stuff up on the screen, we are working on that on the YouTube end. But court is in session out of the presence of the jury. They are putting some things on the record, so I just have this paused. We're going to go to court and see what the lawyers are doing, and then we will chat before the jury comes in. We will just wait and see. For everybody waiting on app notifications, those are going out, so we will see them soon. Wolf Kiara said, did we break stuff? Well, yes and no. It's the volume, but that's okay. We love excited law nerds and we love the chat and we're working on it. So it will be fine. And I can see you in the chat. It's just going to be a little harder to pull things up for a little bit, but we will get it sorted. So what we're going to do is go back to court. We're not ready to bring the jury yet, but we're excuse me. We're ready to get to court. Let me know what you guys had for lunch, breakfast, dinner, snacky snacks, depending on where in the world you are watching from. I needed I needed another coffee. So I made another cappuccino. I did. I made another cappuccino. No apologies on my end. No apologies. Let's go to court. I'm very interested to see what they are putting on the record. This will give us just the smallest, scotchiest scotch of zoom room. So we will see what matters they are putting on the record before we go to, well, before the jury comes back in. I see the prosecutor talking.
That's fine.
There we go.
Go ahead.
They're putting a few matters on the record.
They've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. State's Exhibit 64 is email exhibit.
Emails.
And I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. May I approach?
You may.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, and Wendi replied March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3.
This is why you need binders.
There's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids, and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. This is objecting to that.
I like the pants on that suit, man. With the heels, I'm digging the whole vibe.
Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim, and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny.
Yes, it does.
A derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendi made comments, and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendi are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
Oh boy.
Animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
It shows animus. The judge doesn't see it your way, counsel. Is there a limit on disliking someone? No. Anyone who has had someone that was horrible to them when they were in junior high and is now in their 40s or 50s or later
to the comments
might still have animus.
going towards the parents.
I mean, it'd be deserved. I'm not saying it's deserved here. Where are the glasses, Donna?
She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. No, it's not what the email said. It's not a confession to murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the motive.
It's an expression of dislike and who they want the kids to be with. And the fact that the kids have been kept away from the grandparents may or may not come into trial, but the last name change will. So, yeah, keeping the kids away from Dan's parents and Dan is relevant. Nathan asked, why didn't she go with hearsay instead of relevancy? I feel like it's the stronger ground. These are going to be hearsay within an exception. So I imagine that's why they decided to go with the relevancy ground, because other emails are going to come in and the speaker is going to come in because Wendi's going to testify and statements made by Donna can come in. They're within a hearsay exception. So the court's reading the emails.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or
Fair.
probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove?
Is it
Or is this a
context?
standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
So it can be limited, and the limiting instruction is telling the jury this can only be considered for this purpose. The defense said in their opening statement, she didn't have animus towards. The defense said in their opening, well, is that an octopus on the I am so distracted. Octo, what's on the computer? Focus, Emily, focus. Squirrel. The court is asking if they want a limiting instruction for the purposes that the emails can be considered for. But the defense also argued in opening that Donna was facilitating Skype calls with the grandkids and their father, the victim, Dan Markel, and that she didn't have animus. But during a divorce, who doesn't say things during a divorce? So now they're turning around and saying, well, this isn't relevant. This isn't during the divorce. And the prosecution is saying, absolutely, they're relevant because it shows that she didn't like Markel prior to the divorce. If the defense is going to argue people say things in divorce, well, this underlies that this is a year before the divorce. So, it goes to an ongoing animus.
Yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it.
Wait, who's arguing this motion?
Mrs. Adelson is.
Hey. One horse, one rider, counsel. Your co-counsel was arguing this. Now you're just jumping. This is not tag team back again. You don't get to just tag in. What is happening?
Complaining that Danny and Wendi have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to. It doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
Or his family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kaplan,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents.
And their last name.
Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family, it will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way
they're not
for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
The court's like, limiting instruction? The grounds, counsel, the grounds for which they can consider it as the limiting instruction.
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are going to hear a series of emails. These emails are not being admitted into evidence to prove that anyone did or did not. They can only be considered as they go to show the defendant's state of mind with regard to the victim or the victim's family, but they cannot be considered beyond that. Something like that.
That an instruction this doesn't show hatred towards Danny.
No.
So again, I'm not sure. Obviously disagree with the state's argument concerning this.
The limiting instruction will not, cannot, and will never be, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state purports that this email shows animus, and we are limiting you to say that it does not. Counsel, no. You can't tell them what to think about it. You can tell them what purpose they may consider it for. That, sir.
So I'm open to suggestions.
Be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
The judge is giving you help, counsel. Accept the help.
Well, down.
There's 5 more items, Judge.
Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
When the court said this should have been handled in pretrial motions, he meant the defense should have brought this up. They knew that this was on the state's exhibit list. If you had a problem with these emails, they needed to be brought up weeks ago.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from a website that Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi. It's offered to show.
What did you just say? Donna is emailing her daughter other men that she'd found on a website while they're married? What the fuck? Donna. Ew. I don't know what to say. I'm going to back that up, but emails showing that Donna is like, look, get rid of the hubby, and here's some other folks that might fit. And some of you are saying, I didn't know about this. These things wouldn't necessarily be relevant in Charlie Adelson's trial. These are relevant to Donna. Oh, Donna. What the fuck, man?
26/12, may I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from a website that Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client to Wendi Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendi Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge.
Oh. Well, yes, you definitely need the email heading to
And this
show.
was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
The Lauren, yes, I did get yelled at by a judge for my face
I'm
once.
not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection.
There's more to that story, but
64I, I'll approach with that as well. Related.
What's the date on that?
oh, the Match.com matches.
1/17/13 today on exhibit 64I.
Wild. Cool Spring said, Emily, you don't play poker? No. No, I have a pretty good stoic face. It just takes a lot of focus.
As to any questioning of Wendi Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, That question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it?
No,
The
hearsay
exception to
exception.
hearsay is it's
Let's
a
go through
statement of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in her children's lives, particularly in their love lives, which directly relates to the motive for this offense.
Right.
Eliminated
Does this mean Wendy's going to be testifying soon?
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove.
So the objection's
That,
relevancy?
you know, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com?
I guess the heading shows that Donna Adelson was on Match.com looking for other suitors. The jurors aren't there. They're arguing over the emails. I just wonder if this means that Wendy's going to be testifying soon because we're talking about emails between Wendi and Donna. They're like, they just want to bash her reputation. They're alleging she solicited the murder of her daughter's ex-husband. So, yeah, her involvement in her daughter's life is central to the prosecution's case.
While she's living with her daughter, have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion.
The court disagrees with the defense.
Excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
These emails wouldn't have come up in other trials because they're not relevant to other defendants. But as to the relationship of Wendi vis-a-vis Donna, they're
As to whether
actually
the
relevant.
defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson was just on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendi and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges.
asking
with
her
other
brother
evidence.
to tell her who to date.
As the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
Okay, all these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendi Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment.
Which means when Wendi testifies, it'll be like, was this your email address? Foundation's not going to be a problem. But the court's just like, yeah, this is a case of a solicitation for murder, so what Donna's doing matters. Also, this is why you use binders.
The objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for Your Honor.
A lot of you in the chat are saying Wendi testified quite early in her brother's trial. I expect she'll testify early here too. But I appreciate this judge. He's just like, the rules of evidence are the rules of evidence.
It's page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2.
His face is giving this should have been
Second
pretrial
page.
motions.
2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one, Judge.
Folks.
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
The defense is asking to redact out.
If in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
It's a characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, quote, Southern black lady, and they're asking to redact it out. I don't know what the rest of the sentence is. And the court said some jurors might look at Donna in a different light because of that, so he's allowing it to be redacted. I'm just curious about what the rest of the sentence is, because if the sentence is she's just a delightful Southern black lady, I don't know what the rest of the sentence is, and I don't know what Donna's intent is, and I don't know how it reads, but
regarding
the defense clearly thinks it's a problem. So the defense thinks it's a problem, and the judge is like, some jurors might take offense, so we're taking it out, which I trust the judge's call on that one. The judge read the entire context and was like, yeah, no.
Wendi moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location.
If it was delightful, I don't think
sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety.
I'm just saying, if it was a delightful descriptor, I don't think that the defense would be asking.
That email.
So they've moved on to another email.
7/15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation with one witness but enter at a later point, that is certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendi Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we were given.
Can I show an exhibit to the defense?
Please do.
The defense is arguing over a variety of emails, what should be redacted, what shouldn't. The annoyance, if any, on the part of the judge, as he said earlier, this should have been done pre-trial, this should have been done pre-trial, because this should have been done pre-trial. The defense had all these exhibits. They knew they were coming in. Jen in the chat asked about Donna and Harvey. Harvey is sitting right back behind the defense table. The defense in their opening statement said that Harvey and Donna had been married 50 whatever years. But the judge is like, we're wasting juror time that we don't need to waste. You know these fucking emails are coming in. Like, why is nobody ready? So no judge wants to keep the jury waiting. And this could have been done earlier. However, if the defense is confused about which exhibits the prosecution has given them, that's on the prosecution. The defense should be clear on what exhibits are coming in and what aren't. Though I don't necessarily know that means the prosecution didn't give them to them.
April 7th, 2015, 4:42
Everything was bait stamped.
This is regarding Wendi moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. They're being actively extorted under threat for their lives. One would expect and would inquire about such a thing.
You may lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore
I don't know what happened to the mics. I don't know.
is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1.
He's going over the jury
charged in the
instructions.
indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible.
It's a first-degree murder. Intent.
One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this. We had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial.
Oh, boy.
Why is this coming up now?
Yes.
The exhibit that we were provided with.
Get it, Your Honor. God, I love this judge. He's just like, why? I'm summarizing. Look at his face. He's looking at the defense. Why the fuck is this just coming up now? Did you notice which attorney started answering? The defense started answering. But the judge is just like, I'm troubled that this is just coming up now. And he read the defense the instruction on intent. Remember, motive can go to intent. Intent is an element of the crime. Motive doesn't have to be proven, and then you have to prove intent another way. I'm going to back that up because he's mad. He's mad. He's mad. His face is just giving why are you wasting my time?
One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this. We had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed. And then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibits you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to be wasting the jurors' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where we should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016.
She will not be dissuaded.
And it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
What does that email say?
Its probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
The defense switched tactics there. Did you hear it? But Your Honor, the prejudicial effect is greater than the probative value. Show counsel. Which means it's relevant, but it's too prejudicial. That's the argument from the defense on that one. Things can be prejudicial. They just have to be more probative than prejudicial. And the court looks like they are reading the entirety of the email. And the court has to weigh if it's more prejudicial than it is probative, then it stays out. But it can be prejudicial. Most things in a criminal trial are prejudicial that, you got to prove that someone did a thing. very, very interested to see what the entire email says.
Government, again, the purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing as her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad.
Is that what it says, though?
It's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Cattleman, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so in the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Mrs. Adelson.
In commenting on how the child is said.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
It's an interesting argument by the prosecutor. The prosecutor saying, look, this goes to state of mind, that the children are too young. And so because they are too young, this won't hurt them. Because a juror's natural question might be, well, if you love your grandchildren, as they're going to say Donna does, if you love your grandchildren, why would you do this to harm? Why would you do this? Killing their father is clearly going to harm them. That is not healthy for children. But if her state of mind is, well, they won't even remember because they're so young, then it gives an answer to the jury that, well, Donna thought that they could just thoroughly erase him and that the children wouldn't even remember, so they wouldn't even be sad. So it's not harming them. Good argument from the prosecution. And it's really interesting to see that if Donna's arguing, I would never do this because I love my grandkids, the emails seem to belie that intention, saying, yeah, you love your grandkids and you think it won't impact them because they're young and you think you know better. Interesting.
That I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit.
Because Donna's going to testify.
Can be admitted at that point.
Right? The court's going to allow her to set the foundation and then revisit it.
The opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation.
Your Honor, in opening statements today, the defense was pointing out that Donna Adelson wanted the kids to be connected with their father. She was helping them Skype. This goes against that. Oh, boy.
Father stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided.
I tried to gain up the audio a little.
It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may approach.
Okay.
This will be the first thing. I'd like to have Your Honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in.
Look, man, what you argue in opening can change the way that you guys, the books I'm reading have affected my brain clearly, but the recording logo up here, it doesn't look like a person in a mic. You guys, oh my God. What is that? I just can't. But the prosecutor's arguing. You guys, am I crazy? No, all of you are with me, right? I can't. I just can't. Okay, but it doesn't look like a person with a microphone. The prosecution is saying, look, Donna's attorneys argued she was helping the kids Skype with their dad. She was a loving grandmother. She wanted them to be connected, which means they expect the evidence will show that, which means the prosecution gets to negate that argument. And them going through these emails, I just wonder, when they're talking about laying all this foundation, this is foundation from Wendi. Is Wendi testifying next?
Circle back to that. With that stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
All right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is.
Oh, there's the sound.
64 I should say. That's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendi here. I'm sorry, from Wendi to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendi Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say
Less stress
Mrs.
for
Adelson
me.
has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype.
Less stress for me.
Mr. Markel, so I would ask to admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item,
Yeah, you
that
can lay the
was not
foundation.
previously followed, and now Wendi Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered.
Which is fair.
Please bring in the jurors.
All right, jury in.
Bring the jury.
Oh, boy.
Offered, the
Oh,
limited
boy.
instruction will be given.
The court's going to give a limiting instruction on what they may consider those emails for. If the court says anything else on the record, I'm not going to zoom. I'm going to give it a second. But I think that we are probably within our zoom room here while the court is going over documents. Everybody's standing for the jury to come in.
Everyone can be seated.
All right.
Members
Jury
of the
in.
jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida
findings.
Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Craig Isom.
They offered the stipulation that both bullets came from the same gun, which means the jury has to say that's a fact that's been proven. Again, the defense isn't arguing that this murder didn't happen. They're arguing
Raise your right
that
hand,
Donna was not involved.
Do you swear or affirm
We're on
the
what witness are we at?
testimony
Witness
you're about to give
5?
will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
I think we're at witness number 5
Please
already.
speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yeah, witness number 5. They're just moving right along today.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, C-R-A-I-G.
Craig, your zipper is
I-S-O-M.
zippering.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed?
Yes.
Including his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
Oh boy.
Yes.
Are we doing that now?
When and where did you approach Wendi Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes after the shooting?
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right. And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was
law enforcement
there for the purpose of speaking with Wendi Adelson.
Okay.
And I had a badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
Yeah, when the police come find you at a restaurant, it's probably not.
Reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble?
Good.
Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on, they were still at the daycare, and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendi Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No.
Any Miranda rights read?
No.
Any use of force at all?
No.
She was not detained or under arrest?
No.
At any time did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
No.
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
No.
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
No.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Is that because
she had an alibi? Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce regarding child custody.
With child custody?
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
I'm very interested to hear this interview. I have not seen this interview yet.
All of the filings from the divorce case.
Oh, the binder full of filings.
Wendi Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death, is that right?
Correct.
It's a demonstrative exhibit to show the jury
have you had an opportunity to review them?
How thick the binder was.
All right, and did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to the witness testimony.
The characterization is to petty. You never know, it might have been a very important tennis racket. People fight over all kinds of stuff in divorce, but the characterization is petty, and then nothing in the divorce has been entered. That's what the objection is.
Specifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendi Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay?
Staying, the answer would call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60.
Yeah, they have Wendi saying it.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
And he can say, yes, she said why, without saying what that answer is, and then that
Yes.
can come up with
Are
Wendi.
those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Kappelman is doing right now. Overruled.
She's
Moving
setting,
to evidence State 60, Your Honor.
she's laying the foundation. It's what she's doing. Have you reviewed these? So what she's admitting is the ones that they know that Donna saw, not all of them. And the court cut audio, that wasn't us. Because she approached to hand those over, so we were waiting. But yes, the things that Donna saw in the divorce are coming in, and he is laying the foundation, or the prosecutor's laying the foundation. The defense objected to that. It looks like they're going to sidebar. But it's just so linear. Here is this exhibit. It's so organized. Here is the next exhibit. Did you review these? And they're at sidebar. I'm going to zoom while they're at sidebar because I want to hear all the things. And that's why we leave Zoom room. The judge is not going to be happy about this sidebar after the half hour of arguments earlier today. Oh boy. I can't believe they're still at sidebar. All right. But Donna Adelson will be able to hear the sidebar through the headphones, which is helpful. Still at sidebar. That's Harvey Adelson in the courtroom. I'm sure he'll be there every day. The retired officer looks like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we, what? This all came up in pretrial motions. We watched the pretrial motions. This was all decided. The judge has to just be like, are you for real right now? Like, be so for real. Why are we doing this? I can't believe we're still at sidebar. They're having the jury leave? It's day one. The jury's been back in for what, 10 minutes? Everyone's standing up because the jury is leaving the courtroom. Oh boy.
Please be seated.
Jury
What's
out.
that? You can step down, Mr. Isom. Please step outside the court.
And the witness is stepping down and stepping out because it sounds like they're going to argue this more. The judge is blinking. They did a whole motion hearing regarding what was coming in from the divorce. The court was very clear about what was coming in. And it was not, the binder was allowed to be used as a demonstrative. And then just the exhibits that Donna had seen would come in as evidence, the smaller binder.
All right. At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution,
They already did this.
Post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on.
That was the most restrained per my last ruling I have ever seen. Because you can hear the quiet rage of this judge. They have been ruled on. Counsel, we've been over this. Also, the defense, this is not arguing over something that should be argued over is the problem. The defense is aware that these all came from a search warrant from Donna's motherfucking email. They came from her email. This came from her email account. Per my last ruling.
If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any
that
further
we're not
today,
going to do. What we're not going to do.
What else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
You should be prepared. This is beyond, like, there's times when I'm like, the defense is doing their job. They need to do their job. This has already been litigated. The court's like, we are not relitigating what we've already
Before we
done.
leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Ooh, boy, that judge is not happy. This is on the attorneys. They knew this. They've had this. They wrote written motions on it. They argued those motions. The judge ruled. Judge Everett has every right to be frustrated. That jury was there till after 6:30 p.m. Eastern last night getting a jury picked. The judge said, we are getting this case done by September 5th. The prosecution was just like, boom, 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 let's go. And now it's all come to a screeching fucking halt over exhibits that have already been litigated. So incredibly frustrating. And it's a Friday. So everything has to wait till over the weekend. And the prosecution has their witnesses lined up. They had 3 more witnesses this afternoon. They're ready to go. The judge is ready to go. And the defense is like, no, they knew. They knew what these state's exhibits were. This is not a surprise. If the state had sprung this on the defense as a surprise, the judge would be talking to the state. That's not what's happening. And the judge is staying on the bench. The judge isn't getting off the bench. The judge is like, tell me what we're doing, counsel. And he said, essentially, I will give you the time, but I'm going to let the jury go. He did not tell the defense they had to rush. He did not tell the defense they can't look at it. He said, I will let you do this, but I'm letting the jury go. Ajisa asked, I hope I pronounced that correctly, if the issue's foundation prior to admission, though, is it not proper? They litigated it already. They talked about which witnesses the state was going to use to lay foundation, and the foundation will be laid. So the court has already gone over that. So no, it's not really a question of foundation because the prosecution was just starting to lay the foundation for these exhibits. He's starting to say, well, some of these exhibits might not be tied back to Donna, which again was litigated. So they've gone through the rest of it.
Subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Isom, Wendi Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
The judge is making another record on this.
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Because they do have to establish that what is being shown from the divorce proceedings,
I did not plan to do that.
Donna was aware of.
I provided this exhibit to the
And she's saying, I had not planned to do that. And that's a problem because the court made it really clear in his ruling that you had to show that Donna had knowledge. So her saying, I hadn't planned to do that. Ma'am, he told you that in the ruling.
I had not planned to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I had not heard anything about an objection, so I had not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for
She is at this point.
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we move on.
She's saying that
to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendants.
she's saying
either
the defense
communications or
didn't argue
actions
it
and
this
these
way.
pleadings. That was the ruling.
Yep. I agree with the court.
For
There
what
has
was
to be a
provided in
nexus.
discovery,
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
you can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well. Please bring the jurors up.
Bring the jury.
Please direct Detective Isom to come back in and take the stand.
The court
Isom,
said
come back in.
that there had to be a nexus. The prosecution said, well, we didn't intend to prove a nexus for each and every piece of paper. He's like, you have to prove a nexus between the defendant. His ruling was very clear. And the defense is saying, where's the foundation to show that Donna knew? And the prosecution shockingly says, well, I hadn't planned to do that with each and every single piece of paper. Ma'am, that's what he ruled. You have to do that with every single piece of paper. So for the defense raising it again, it seems that everyone is confused by what the judge's ruling was, except for the judge. Because there has to be a nexus. And if they all came from the defendant's email, it's gonna be fine. So, yeah, the prosecutor's not thrilled. However, they are coming up on a weekend, so
Everyone can be seated.
it'll get done on a weekend.
You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
It's going to be part one of multiple parts of the foundation. And the prosecutor's not happy about it either, but you have to establish that. You can do that through different witnesses. The jury's got to be like, what are we doing? It's so early for all of this. Yeah, the prosecution's going to have to go through that binder over the weekend and reset how they are going to bring that in. Lawyers have to be able to think on their feet.
With State's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize State's 54?
For those of you asking about a nexus, it's a
Yes.
link. You have to link them together.
These are the emails, I believe.
So they have to prove that Donna knew about those divorce documents if they are relevant to Donna. You can't just bring in all the divorce documents. You have to show what she knew.
I believe these are from Wendi Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendi Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
That's
And
a
does
foundation.
Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendi Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there,
So these are all the prosecution evidence
in
binders.
particular, are you familiar with this email? For the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
So they're going to go through each part of this binder, each tab on this binder.
Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendi.
Okay.
And
what
it's
is-
CC'd to another individual.
Okay, and what does Wendi do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay.
Okay.
And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation, and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Copeland.
Well, it depends on who the statements are from.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Statements from Donna are party opponent statements. Statements from Wendi are different, and those will have to come in when Wendi testifies.
Your Honor, going to object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take the vote.
Everything was so normal. Everything was so normal. And then, whoom. Okay. Jury out. The jury's getting their steps in today, I suppose.
Investigator Isom, if you could step down, please, sir.
Huh. I mean, the investigator's getting his steps in too. Oh, boy. Today is dramatic.
So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents could be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to?
Oh, the judge is mad. And the defense now, for the first time, is raising.
Concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of
They
doing
shared an
that?
email account.
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendi Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
He asked the defense to do this before they agreed to lay the foundation. The prosecution is continuing to lay the foundation with the investigator. The defense's objection is, well, you haven't laid the foundation for who sent the email coming from Donna's address. So they are objecting to the email being read in when she was saying, did Donna respond saying XYZ? The defense is saying, you can't prove yet that Donna's the one sending the email. And the prosecution said, then we will link that up with Wendi, which they will do. And then all of this will have been a waste of time because it's going to be linked
Any other exhibits
through
that
Wendi.
pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
He should have brought this up the last time the jury was out, and that's
What items I intend to introduce, Judge?
what the
through
court
him?
is upset about.
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
This is why there's pretrial motions.
Exhibit 55.
But the prosecution can't skip steps. And sometimes when you need
Well,
a multi-step foundation, you can't say what the thing
60
says.
is the divorce
Until it's proven.
excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email, 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
And no, Wendi couldn't have gone first because if Wendi went first, they wouldn't have the foundation for the search warrant. So it's going to be a multiple part foundation. The thing is, the judge knows the foundation is going to be laid. And so the judge is like, there will be a foundation. Or do we have any more arguments?
It's by the defense that need to be handled.
And this should have been done
presence of the
pre-trial.
jury concerning these items.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
And then the jury. I spoke too soon, you guys. I was like, oh, this is all just going so smoothly and so normally. The judge is like, it's day one. It's day one. We've got a scotch of Zoom room. I have to be mindful of my mouse now that y'all can see it. I love that y'all can see it, but I'm gonna keep zooming.
Foundation, you're capable.
Handling that.
All right.
Handling that.
As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with them. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses.
Meme Express said EDB never learns. Lamau. Yeah, if it's going smooth, don't say anything. I know. I talked about Fight Club and then everything went off the fucking rails. I know. But the defense isn't wrong in the objections. It's just a lot of them were made earlier. They all needed to be done in motions. And then the prosecution was also skipping a step by asking them to be read in. You can't skip a step. The foundation is going to have to be laid. I think where the prosecution is frustrated is because they know the foundation is going to be laid, but it doesn't, just because it's going to happen doesn't mean you can jump over that step. It still has to happen.
Please bring back in the
And the
jurors.
judge is just like, Why wasn't this all handled during pretrial motions? Because there are things the defense has now brought up that weren't brought up in pretrial motions, and that's part of the judge's annoyance because they had more time before the jury was there to handle this during pretrial motions, which is, you know, each step needs to be done, and who owns the email account and who's emailing from the email account. And Wendy's going to say, oh, my mom would always email me from that account. And then I would get those emails, and then we would talk about those emails. So I'm going to zoom until the jury's back in. Just going to put us with almost no zoom room. The judge is like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh yeah. We're almost out of zoom room. How often are we going to see the cardigan? I don't hate the cardigan. I'm not saying that. But I imagine we're going to see the cardigan quite a bit.
With your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Oh.
Isom, I believe previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendi Adelson's Google search warrant?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court?
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death?
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
He's like, I need to look. So the links in the chain that the prosecution is like linking together is, was there a motion in the divorce case regarding Dan Markel trying to limit Donna Adelson's contact with the grandchildren? Yes. Did you see any evidence that motion, which they had called the grandma motion, that motion was sent to Donna Adelson? Yes. And so this is laying the foundation. And then with Wendi, they will get into those emails. Wendi, did you send this email to your mother and then subsequently talk about it? Yes.
Are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, Isom, please do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
He's not reading it. That's what he remembered.
this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64.
Right. Please do not read from them until they're admitted. And now they're admitted. Continuing on.
It will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
And that foundation is going to come from Wendi.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Look at his
face. Did you call him
face.
any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to
Well, Donna's
Wendi.
email address.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
Oh, shit.
I know it's in here.
Well, that's leading.
Take your time.
Surprised that didn't get objected to. Because that's leading. It's funny that they didn't object to that. All right. I'm adding headings to my notes, which is one of my favorite things about the super note. For all of you that are like, Emily, but last trial, remarkable. I'm like, I know. Trying something new. I like the organization. I'll keep you posted on how it works.
Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
He's looking
Okay,
for
let's
it.
move on. Tab M, please.
The defense isn't
M
objecting
as
because
in Mike.
I don't think there's any argument that it's not there, is the thing.
M.
I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendi, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
So from Donna to Wendi.
Yes, she does.
He's
What
like, there
names
it
did
is.
she call him?
In this
Name.
in this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email,
it's
is
not
it
even
from Donna to Wendi?
creative.
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts
You
are
guys in the
extremely
chat
important to Donna Adelson?
Are hilarious.
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email.
All of you are like, what did she call
Are
him?
you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was?
Well, you can't have fuckery in minor, so major fucker, not a minor fuckery, a major fucker. I don't know what fuckery in the major scale is, but I'm sure someone could write a tune. I'm waiting for this attorney to just be like, did she call him a stupid, dumb shit, goddamn motherfucker? Some of you will get the reference, some of you will not. I'm waiting for it, but they're going to go line by line. What was she calling him? Because her defense attorney said in opening that there's some animus in a divorce, but she was also facilitating all the Skype calls. Much better, chat, much better. Amy said, no, it's in the scale of F major. See, better. I played drums. My musical knowledge has stuck to lyrics.
Denied?
yes,
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is
Relocation
done after
denied.
the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes,
Okay.
5 days later.
What does she suggest?
she suggests that the children between Wendi and Dan start attending, or at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
That's leading.
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
That's
Did Donna
Objectionable
Adelson,
too.
the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W.
That's a lot of leading questions.
What is the proposal in reference
I'm
to
surprised
this
when the defense
bribe?
objects, and I'm surprised when they don't at this point.
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
If I had $1 million.
Okay.
If I had $1 million. This is all going to come up with Wendi again. So
Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did he have a life insurance policy?
He did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from a second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was.
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendi Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
$2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
I bet it was.
Right.
We saw the pictures of it earlier, so that's not really shocking or new.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
I don't know why that jumped because we were in real time, but it sure jumped. So we're gonna, maybe we weren't in real time. I thought we were. Oh, it looks like the feed freezes a little bit. That's probably why it jumped. Hold on. Let me back that feed up because it definitely skipped, which is
Any objection?
awkward. All right, there we go.
No, Your Honor. States 89 is admitted.
All right, we're gonna see those videos of surveillance.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes.
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the gym?
I believe it was 9:11,
Oh, let her finish her question.
9:11 sound right?
yes.
And we're talking about AM, so you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's
I
shooting?
mean, that's a characterization.
Following Markel's car entering the lot,
Sinister
a short
is
time
the
later,
characterization.
a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you.
Ariana in the chat said, I don't think they'd object to it being sinister. They agree what happened. That's fair. That's very fair. I just get into the,
This black vehicle, Mr. Markel's
the
vehicle?
pickiness
Yes,
of
it's a
it.
black
But
Honda
you were
4-wheel.
right. They're like, no, we agree this happened. They really only objected to the stuff that goes to, did Donna send these emails? It's a fair point. Oh, I just want to see the video. Thank you.
Same car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And is
green
the-
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger?
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Silver pine mica being the vehicle color.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
I appreciate the different color circles on the video to make it much easier to follow.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct.
I heard the prosecutor ask for her water. I get it.
It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
The jurors are told not to go to any of the locations. We haven't heard any of the jurors say, hey, that's my gym. Can I still go there? So we haven't heard them ask. So I imagine it won't be a problem.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct, yes. It's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction.
You mean it's not inverted? It's just facing a different direction? How refreshing.
It's the car reversing.
We're all a little
forward, coming back
traumatized, sir.
towards the front doors.
Yep.
What? What in the world is that Prius doing? He was driving around the parking lot.
Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30.
Oh, that's really hard to read. 10:33?
10:38.
10:38, 10:33, 40.
Mr. Markel.
Damn it, it's one of those two.
Exiting the premiere of the same.
Oh, 10:33. There you go. 10:33:49.
I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Yeah, that was really hard to see for me too. Guy in the chat just said it's getting real in the Whole Foods parking lot. That's a deep cut with those little carts they got. That is a deep, deep cut.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
I used to drive by the Whole Foods where they filmed that music video quite a lot. Anna in the chat mentioned it's so sad. It was just a normal day for him until it wasn't. A lot of these cases, it's just people are having a normal day or a normal night. That was the comment when we were watching the videos in the Karen Reed case of everybody at the
Once
bar.
he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is
They
that
were
at
out
the
with
front
friends.
end?
I'm sorry?
Does he sit in his
Until-
car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
So that's Dan Markel's car starting to leave.
Where's that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it?
These circles on the surveillance video are quite helpful, I think, because the silver pine mica Prius is kind of in the trees. And there it goes.
Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right,
That's
and
a
it
very
exits the
professional
parking
law
lot at
enforcement answer.
10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Following that direction.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was, the location was the business, no, I'm sorry, it was a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Really?
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and State's Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor.
Mannix in the chat asked, can Donna's lawyers ask Charlie's lawyers for
Permission to publish
discovery?
State's 90.
You may.
They don't seem to have a mutual defense agreement. So
Right, if you can
all
pause it
discovery
for
needs
just
to
a
come
minute.
from
Can
the
you orient us?
prosecutors.
Is this the McClay Commerce?
However, this is a unique case where it was televised, so they can watch it, but they don't seem to have a mutual defense agreement. And there was a huge issue with Donna having the same lawyers as Charlie early on in this case. Well, before it went to trial in September, which we can talk about. So no, everything from Charlie's lawyers is going to be separate from Donna's new lawyers, and she had to get new lawyers because of issues with it. But there's no mutual defense agreement here.
Yes, this is, the bus is.
This is bus video.
Pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle. after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car
The flyover?
is on Thomasville Road,
Floridians.
not the flyover.
Floridians.
And it is going
What
southbound.
is a flyover?
Right, and this camera is mounted on the bus.
Is it like
That's
a
how
jug
we were
handle?
able to get this image.
Correct. This
Okay.
is-
Cloverleaf.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. And the time on this, 10:44 a.m., is that
Correct.
right?
They went and found the bus route that he would have passed by, and then found the video from it.
And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
They found the bus route
Okay, now where are we?
and got the video.
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up
Right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble,
lot
though, wouldn't it?
of time, yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
It was 2014. But it just could you get a license plate number? No. Ugh. You could hear how frustrating.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this car.
I bet the drivers of that Prius didn't even think about the
Okay,
fact
now, can you
that
orient
buses
us?
have video.
Believe we're now at
Because we've got the time.
Thomasville Road,
Stamps.
southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand, we found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you
Is
back
this
it
a
up,
delivery truck
please?
video? They went and is this a different bus? What other video did they go find? Is that the
last time
side of the
see
bus?
the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time?
Look at them.
Hit play, please.
10:40, no, 10:51.
Okay. And
trying to
what
keep the
time
closed
does our
captioning out of the
pause it,
way.
please? What time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that, but.
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
Well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus.
Second bus.
Same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound, the shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus.
So
At
on the way out-
10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what? At
So
the time of death?
10:55, they're already leaving.
Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
They're
And you say they. Why do you say they?
eastbound and
Well,
down.
here shortly, you'll see two,
What did I find?
what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
And that tracks
See
with what the
something
neighbor
white
said, because you've already had the neighbor testify, and the neighbor said, I heard what happened. I went over to Markel's house. The car was running. I went back to my house, and then I went back over, and then I saw that he was injured and in distress, and then the neighbor went back to his house to get his phone, and by the time he called 911, it was 11:02. So now you have bus video of the Prius leaving the neighborhood at 10:55 a.m. So they really were able to narrow down that time by I bet they pulled all the footage from the bus route based on the neighbor seeing a light colored Prius speeding out of the driveway, which really makes the neighbor incredibly key to this case. Because they were able to do this before anything overwrote.
The passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a solid black shirt or upper top.
So they're watching the video. That's going to make me motion sick as the cars are stationary and the video is pulling away from them. Ooh.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants.
I mean, I can see the passenger moving, but that's about all I got from here.
All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
Oh, the sun
These
pass?
are characteristics of this car.
The black?
That we found to be unique.
One headlight, no, the black side view mirror. And the damage to the car.
Side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper
is damaged,
circle,
right?
That's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right.
Only
Is it
two
fair to
vehicles
characterize your
came
investigation
with
as
a
having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here, and we're looking at the
Positraction.
Prius over here.
Correct.
Full positraction.
And you mentioned the sun pass transponder, so we know this Prius. I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right, so what do we do to try to track down the sun pass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the sun pass, and
asked for every
wanted
sun
to
pass
find out, what's the
to a Prius
likelihood of that kind of car having a sun pass, and I was overwhelmed with there was thousands.
Yeah.
So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
So then they would be looking for I-10, right? For those of you asking, what's a sun pass? A sun pass is a transponder for paying for like tolls and stuff. A lot of different states and areas in the U.S. have them. Sun pass is Florida's. It's on your car, and when you go through the toll area, it just beep boops, and then it charges your car. A lot of them do it by license plate now, but you used to have to put a physical like pass in your car. So like an easy pass. So it's a sun pass. And he said they're more common in Orlando and south. I don't know if there's not as many toll roads north. I don't know. When I drive through Florida, I'm like, we stopped at Buc-ee's in Georgia. We're going to Orlando. I don't really pay attention. At some point we get to the villages and I'm like, oh, the villages. All right, keep going. But it's for toll roads. However, they do track when you are driving through them, they respond. So, or they log where you're going. So the jurors would know about that.
Worked on in this case.
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay. And is that something that was going on simultaneously?
Did you just beep boop? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's the sound they make when you go through them. It's like beep boop.
And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right, and what did you do to follow up on
Dr. S
that?
said you can use them for airport parking. Where can you do that?
Because of our large...
Wait, the sun passes don't make noise?
We started looking for South Florida at
the fast
any
passes
cars
do.
going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that.
They don't make noises. How do you know that they registered you?
All the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75, from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once
this will make sense to the jury.
That it was actually this other route than what you would expect. Were you able to do anything?
Some of you guys have a light on yours.
Toll plaza
Interesting.
and the Sun Pass transponder that you weren't able to do previously.
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the Sun Pass.
Where was I that just did a million tolls?
At Department of Transportation.
Illinois.
And I explained to them what I had. I said we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009.
Almost as many as Jersey.
Silver Pine Mica. Not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County, and there was only one Prius, and that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida.
One Prius through the toll plaza.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or Sun Pass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield.
It's the way he pronounces July that's giving my cousin Vinny to me. I'm here for it.
Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular Sun Pass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular Sun Pass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of Sun Pass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the Sun Pass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the Sun Pass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the Sun Pass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Did law enforcement go to Save Gas
They
in
did.
Miami?
Yes,
Was there any documentation discovered at that business
There
related
was.
to the rental of this vehicle?
there was.
67. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as state 67.
JJ Jumps 13 said, did she rent the car for them?
Recognize state
No,
67?
but there's more about the car to come.
Yes,
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
that's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Okay, moving to evidence state 67, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about
I appreciate the way they're
people that
going
rented the car
through
from this state
the investigation.
67?
Pretty
Not on there?
easy. Just, we found this, then we found this, then we found this, then we found that. It took time. Oh, I just knocked over things. It took time, but they absolutely did it. The investigation, that is. Kept investigating and kept investigating and kept investigating.
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes,
Is that the number listed right here?
yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
They used their names.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I've marked in the spaces at 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a
Foundational questions.
traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received.
In the rental car? Tell me it's in the rental car.
I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car.
Oh,
This was on a different. This was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
wait, is there another one? Look, man, the amount of times that somebody gets pulled over because like a registration is expired and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff. If you are criming, your other shit has to be handled because it's the details. Don't get citations. You have to follow the rules of the road. Lord. But also, it's really helpful to law enforcement when people do all the things because it makes it way easier for them. Chanty asks, who crimes in a rental car? I think we're going to hear more about that, but who rents the car in their real name to crime in the rental car? That's my question, because I had numerous crimes in rental cars, but if you rent the car in your true name, I'm going to just keep it to myself. Emily, don't. We're not here to help people crime better.
We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 55. You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's this sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask if you have an evidence.
You do have to show ID to rent a car.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
However, that doesn't stop people. Because most people who are going to crime, it starts with identity theft first, and there's a reason for that. I'm gonna leave that alone, because that's not the case here. We've got the map of everybody's phone numbers. This is
now
not going to be redacted
Fredo
because
Garcia
it's
and Luis
so
Rivera,
significant to this
those
case.
are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
There's a Tuto and a Tato?
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was the 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius
Through people.
and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well,
yes.
Eventually, we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay, and
at
did
the
she
same
have...
time,
Go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right, so initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right, so this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay, and was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication?
The
records and
non-leading
testimony?
question would be, how was that done?
Okay.
The leading question is what she went with.
Did
A lot of them are
you,
leading.
as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right, and did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere. But post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
At the time.
And were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna
That's
Adelson's
Harvey.
role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
She was the money
Did you
mama, is what
attempt
you're
to
saying?
procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanowa's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanowa.
Oh, tell me about that.
And we received nothing at the initial time.
Oh.
Later on, the best I could get,
No employment records, just
From-
paychecks?
I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid. Paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanowa, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
So no proof of employment?
What, was it regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes,
Was Ms. Magbanowa present when you entered the building?
no,
Did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanowa was. The other person.
Dental offices, like other businesses that are small, generally tend to be smaller workplaces. You know, not a ton of employees. Everyone knows everyone's business. I have not seen a dental office where everybody doesn't know everybody's business. Ever. I know, well, through Dr. B, lots of dentists that own all different types of practice, periodontist, endodontist. This is not different than other types of practices, but like a large orthopedic surgery practice is going to be much bigger. Dental practices are smaller. Everyone knows everyone's tea. Everyone knows who's on a diet. Everyone knows who's dating somebody new. Everybody knows what people eat for lunch. Everybody knows everything. Dental offices are the most gossipy offices I have ever seen. They will tell you all of the tea. And what I have found is that dental office team members tend to know the other dental office team members in the area, so they will also gossip about the dentists and the other areas. So this is not unique to dental, but it is definitely part of dental. The fact that they went to the office and no one knew who Catherine was speaks volumes. Volumes. It speaks volumes. They know everything. And then the dental hygienists, they know everybody's tea. They know everybody's tea in town. They know all, like hairdressers, they know everything. Let's continue on.
That came up to the front. She said she had.
Nobody knew
She
Catherine.
knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as
No employment
any type of
records.
for Magbanowa and her relationship.
Cena said,
with
even though it's
Adelson.
hard for customers to talk, yeah.
Did the records
People
include
make small
any
chat-
job description
small talk
for Ms.
enough.
Magbanowa?
No,
Any employment application,
no,
schedule,
no,
timesheet?
nope.
W-2 forms or tax filing records?
No,
Any performance evaluations?
none.
So only the checks.
Only the checks.
Interesting.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine McVanoa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
All right. So it
So until she's
starts
arrested?
shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had concluded.
She's not being paid for a pay
According to the way
period.
this is
Come
laid
on
out.
now.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson.
So they
All
weren't
of
going.
them?
Everyone.
Here's what that
Were
says
you
to
ever
me. Here's what that says to me. If the checks were consecutive and signed by Donna, they weren't going through whatever payroll company was being used, because they have 2 dentists, they have multiple employees. So if they were going through payroll, but of course she wasn't W-2, so she's not going through payroll. But if it was going through payroll, they wouldn't be sequential. So it sounds to me like Donna is writing these checks out of the business checkbook, not through whatever they use for payroll. I mean, that also would indicated that like employment taxes and stuff weren't being taken out, but they didn't have any employment documentation. So I don't know how you would report her employment taxes if you don't have her social security number. And if you're not paying her employment taxes, we've got a whole bunch of other questions, because it seems like taxes and stuff weren't being taken out because she was just being paid out of the checkbook, not through payroll. I got questions, but alas.
Able to develop any evidence that McVanoa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service off-site for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
No, I'm sure she didn't get a 1099
Any
check.
evidence of any contact with any patients?
Wouldn't we love to see
No.
it?
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
That's correct.
Was she getting paid during the period of time she was recovering from
Catherine
surgery?
McVanoa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. McVanoa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Because lack of relevance.
It's not being offered for the
Not
truth.
Testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
There will be no speaking objections. Sir, it's a conspiracy case. What everybody's up to has to do with your client. Because conspiracy.
Scapelman, please lay.
The there will be no speaking objections is because he said, this has nothing to do with my client. That. I rewound it.
Relevance. He's about to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
No speaking objections. Scapelman, please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial.
Co-conspirator statement, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Did you hear what she said? It's a co-conspirator statement. Right. The shit that the co-conspirators do comes in. That's why the feds love conspiracy. You get to bring in a whole bunch of evidence.
So so let me back up. So while Miss McBanwell was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney.
Did Charlie call you?
She spoke to her attorney.
Who called?
I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, McBanwell, at the Broward County Jail, and if, in fact, she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. McBanwell?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas.
That was me. Oh my God, I went to pause. Sorry, we are so close in real time. It's going to be pretty easy. But I went to go pause because I can tell you exactly how that phone call went. Counsel, if your client would like to let us know who's involved, who's paying her, we are all ears. We would love to play Let's Make a Deal. We know this wasn't your client. We know she wasn't the main player here. So if she has anything she wants to tell us, we are all ears. We'd love to hear it.
For what pay period?
I'm a little far back in time. Let me zoom. Because I want to know exactly who called. I want to know who called who. Hold on. Let's get past the lawyer objecting. There we go. Sit back down, counsel. Okay. We're scrubbing back through. Oh, darn it. I went too far. Shoot.
And me.
Let me back up. That was total user error. Apologies, chat.
So so let me back up. So
there we go. It's going to be a little duplicative.
Miss McBanwell was detained on scene.
They want to play Let's Make a Deal. Of course they do.
Daylight hours. She was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, McBanwell, at the Broward County Jail, and if, in fact, she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
Somebody's always going to cooperate.
You were interested in getting information from Ms. McBanwell?
Someone's always going to cooperate.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide
the money came from
testimony
somewhere
about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back, and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Talk to your client.
No.
Tell your client that murder is the case that they gave you. And if you wanna drop on who paid you, it's gonna go. You're gonna go far, kid. Emily, stop talking song lyrics. No, it's not gonna happen. Because in a conspiracy, which is what I liked about conspiracy cases, in a conspiracy, someone is always going to talk. Generally, the question is, who is going to talk first? That's the question. Not if someone's going to talk. Someone's going to talk. The more people involved, the bigger the race is to talk. And the lawyers are going to tell their clients that 100%. They're 100% going to tell their clients that.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus.
Who?
He was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested,
oh, really?
If I would just contact him. And That's so weird.
Catherine McBanawa gets arrested, calls her lawyer. Law enforcement says to lawyer, if she wants to make a dealio, we're here to listen. And then Charlie Adelson's lawyer calls law enforcement and is like, hey, bud, I'm the lawyer for Charlie Adelson. He about to be arrested on this shit? If he is, just call me. We'll walk him in. We'll walk him in. You don't need to go like clink clink while he's, at the dental practice. You don't need to go cuff him up. Just you call us and we'll let you know. Why is Catherine McBanawa's lawyer immediately calling Charlie Adelson's lawyer? So weird. So strange. Why would they think he's involved? Isn't that interesting?
Relevance, and this is not
We got some more speaking objections.
Be arrested.
However, the defense is saying the lawyer's statements aren't co-conspirator statements, which I'm interested to see how he argues, because fair point.
If I would just contact him.
There's relevance, and this is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So
Because the lawyer's
and your
statement,
next phone call is from
the lawyer's statement is not Charlie's statement. Defense isn't wrong on that.
Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
And then she's done. It's going to come in another way, but isn't that interesting? Defense isn't wrong, but we're going to get there another way.
Cross-examination.
And now to cross. Isn't it interesting that Charlie's lawyer called? That fact can come in without the hearsay. The statement that Charlie's lawyer gave, if my client's going to be arrested, can you let us know first? That's objectionable. I think the fact that the call was made is sufficient. But then we're probably going to get Charlie on the stand at some point.
Good afternoon.
And we get our first cross-examination of the day with witness 5.
At the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
He's like,
You'd
carry
spent,
the 1
vast majority
minus
of your career
11.
as an investigator detective.
No, I've probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
The difference in the police work from other cases we've watched is it's kind of staggering, isn't it?
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
What stone did they
Yes.
leave unturned, counsel?
Obviously within reason.
I like the reading glasses.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct? You started getting them in July?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendi Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but...
They had a place on Miami Beach?
Well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanoa, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanoa, or you see Katie Magbanoa's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation.
That there was no construction?
There was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Was there an accident counsel?
Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendi said that, didn't she? In her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where is... Do you have 64 up here still?
He just asked the prosecutors if they have 64, and she kind of pointed over, like, look in this binder.
Mr. Isom, you identified...
Counsel, you had a copy of that exhibit, though.
States Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And he's going to say, how do you know Harvey didn't send them? That's where he's going with that. How can you prove whose fingers are on the keyboard?
My client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay.
No.
At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
Really, counsel? That's interesting.
And you also testified about...
Financial incentive to relocate. I think the context of those emails are going to come up.
Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension.
So...
and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendi as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as the custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
I imagine that's
Not
a
that I
no.
could tell.
Yeah. Which is the defense's point, right?
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendi didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanowa from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
Oh, that's a good question.
If any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
Wouldn't you have pulled the other files?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
Employment records?
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee,
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanowa.
I mean, that's a fair
when
point.
Ms. Magbanowa was
You can't just go
arrested,
rifling
you
through everybody's
testified
employment
that you
records.
Received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. If I can.
He's asking you to speculate, sir. Go right ahead.
It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanowa's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanowa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney. In a very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
Right, it had been 20 minutes.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Kawas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay.
Right. Donna didn't do this. Donna didn't do that. Donna didn't do this. Which is fair. That's the point of their case. What did Donna do? What didn't Donna do?
Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right.
Clearly not.
And so although you read the motion.
Yes.
And you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
I just if we needed to take a break.
No. We knew these witnesses were going to testify. I think he probably knew what they were going to testify to, but he's still looking for stuff.
I'm going to show you 64EE. Let's see.
Is that hand lotion on this? Or hand sanitizer? I can't tell.
The sender
The detective's just like, yeah.
of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
What email?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay, it's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay.
Harvey's big birthday.
You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
I mean, he probably does if he's ever
Someone
sent an evite.
has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
Counsel's asking him to
But you
speculate.
don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
I mean, if he'd set up an evite, he could.
next page of EE.
Also, the jurors,
August 30th,
depending on age, will be like, I mean, that's an
email
Evite.
to Wendi.
Okay.
Ah,
Oh, look, the Elmo.
the sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, I believe that's her husband.
We know that's her husband at this point.
It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
I think
Who's it
Tot
from?
Shabbat, like toddlers.
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
So Harvey also is sending emails?
I'm going to show you 64FF.
The argument will be from
This
the defense.
is,
You can't prove Donna sent
Again,
them.
from
Harvey could have sent them.
donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Harvey's sitting in the courtroom. Harvey could have sent those. It could have been Harvey. Okay.
Whose name is there?
Where it says from,
Yes.
it says Harvey Adelson.
Wendi, this is the information on work order for repair of TV, Friday, July 18th, between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
Who set up that work order?
This is still
Is the
part of
prosecutor
that
going to go
same
through and just be like, okay.
email. The Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one become available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
I just want to read the emails. Okay. This looks like a standard Geek Squad form to be filled out, which says TV size 41 to 55, TV mounted over 6 feet high, 6 feet from bottom of TV, not applicable. If projector height of ceiling, 8 feet or under. It's not a projector if it's a TV. Okay. Is this TV eligible? Is this a TV that's eligible for a loaner? They do loaner TVs? Not applicable. Was TV installed by Geek Squad? Yes. Is the product that we are going to service in a place of business? No. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Which is what they're going to focus on, right? They weren't setting up an alibi. They would accept a sooner appointment if one became available. It goes, COD only customer was made aware of Geek Squad cancellation policy. Diagnostic fee will not be refunded if appointment's canceled. Is the TV mounted on a floating stand? No. Any obstacles or special circumstances? And then it says not applicable. Okay, let's keep going.
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
And that's the end of cross.
Go ahead.
Now we're on redirect. I wonder if we'll be hearing about more emails. I imagine, yes. She's pulling out more paper to put on the projector. For those of you asking, is Geek Squad their official title? Yes. I don't think Best Buy has changed it, but Best Buy that would come out and do service at home and stuff, we're called the Geek Squad. You can go into store, I think, and ask Geek Squad questions and such.
Defense pointed out Hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? DonnaHarvey@gmail.com. And some of these are signed dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation.
Who
On
signed
page 4
that?
of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you.
Dude, email threads are so inconvenient. I totally get it. I totally get it. Email threads.
Who signed that one?
Mom.
I love mom.
And on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment.
Yeah. Love mom. Well, we saw this coming from a mile away, right? We knew this is exactly where this was going to go. If dad signed some of them, did mom? Yeah.
The State's Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this one,
The defense spent all that time saying, we don't know who sent the email, and they're signed. Mom. Okay. That's Harvey Adelson that the cameras are showing. Did they go to sidebar while I was taking a note? No. She's looking for a document.
all right, so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Okay.
You may step down, Mr. Isom. Will he be retained? You may be recalled.
The witness is still under subpoena because he may be recalled. It seems like he is
What's that? Am I under the rule? Yes, sir.
the lead investigator.
Thank you, Judge. You're welcome.
So,
Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
the court's going to take a brief break. I'm interested to see what the court has to say to the lawyers. I also need a brief break at this point. It's after lunch. I gotta go to the bathroom. But we'll see what the court says, and then we'll take the shortest of recess. But we are almost in real time, so I'm interested to see what the court has to say. So this is a quick afternoon break. I imagine the court wants to ask
Everyone can be seated.
who the next
Just
witnesses
a reminder for
who the next witnesses are and if there's going to be any objections.
the gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete.
It's like band, people. No in and out while the performers are on the field. Stop it.
We will resume at 3:50.
All right. So they're going to resume at 3:50 local time, which was a few minutes ago. So we should be able to catch up in real time pretty quickly. I am going to take just a recess, just a very brief, very quick recess because we are hydrated, but that also means we need to use the restroom. So I am interested to see who the next witnesses are, but court is like, we are rolling. I appreciate the business of this judge. At the afternoon recess, we got through one additional witness, the investigator who pulled a lot of parts of this case together and also was the one who interviewed Wendi Adelson. There was much sidebarring. The jury was in, the jury was out, the jury was in, the jury was out, arguing over the emails that ultimately the defense started asking about on cross-examination anyway. Will this evidence come in? Yes. Do the prosecutors still have to follow the proper steps to show that the information that's coming in about the divorce was known to Donna Adelson? Yes, they do. They are going to do that through emails. Some of that is going to be established through Wendi Adelson's testimony saying, I imagine, I sent this email to my mom, we talked about it on the phone, we had these conversations, but the prosecution has to go through those proper steps to make sure that the information coming in from the divorce was known to Donna. Just because it happened to court doesn't mean she knew about it. She was not a party to that litigation, but we're going to see more about those emails, I'm sure. So at the afternoon recess, I'm going to take a quick break. Y'all take a quick break. I'm going to be back in like less than 5 minutes, so we're not even going to send an app notification. I'm just going to put on the music, and then I'm going to zoom us to court. You will hear this right before I come back. Give us just a few minutes, and I will be back. If you need to go grab a snack, now's the time. I'm very curious to see who the next witness is. So we're going to take just a very brief live streaming break, and I will see you in just a moment. What's up, chat? Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. Let's go back to court after the afternoon recess. Thank you to everyone who gets that being hydrated, with great power comes great responsibility. And sometimes, just occasionally, we need a stream break to run to the restroom. But we got some fizzy water, which I am keeping cool because it's needed. Let's go to court. Also, all of you that are like loving the crispness of the new software, I know, me too. Me too. I love it. It's our first trial. We're always going to have things that we're improving, but I am here for it. All right. Now that we're later in the day, we're going to turn on the other light, make it a little brighter. It was so bright this morning, but we're just here for the day. All right. Let's continue with court. They are coming back from the afternoon recess. The judge is going to take the bench just real quickly. They're going to address one thing before the jury comes in, or at least that's what I saw. So, and then I went no further.
Yep, bring him in.
May I address the court?
May I address the court while she's working on the jury? I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
Well, apparently not.
Brought it up because there might have been a discussion while I was in the room.
No.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to something.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm
For
referring to the
64,
divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
Right, that was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
hers.
So are we good? Are we not good?
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You are certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Back to the divorce binder.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation
Across
as they
multiple
move through
witnesses.
their case, and with that ruling, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way.
Your co-counsel's face disagrees.
Their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete as to State 60, it is not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
All right. Mr.
I
Rivera.
want to have him seated before we bring him in.
You can bring
He
him
should be seated before the jury comes in. He's coming in from custody. So we'll see. They'll bring him in. Those who are already incarcerated, who have already been convicted, will come in their jail clothes. So they'll be in whatever they're in, and generally not in other clothes. So Rivera received a life sentence after trial. If I'm not conflating the two, and Garcia took a plea. So that's, unless I have flip-flopped in my brain, but we'll get to it because they will be asking about it. Rivera took the plea. Thank you. I had flip-flopped in my mind. If Rivera took the plea, he received a 19-year sentence and literally told them everything. Thank you, chat.
Closer to that microphone.
And Garcia went to trial. But he was already in federal custody when the arrests were made on other cases. Though recently he's finished his federal sentence and is finishing out his state sentence, is my understanding. It'll be interesting to see his testimony.
Everyone, be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Okay. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He's like, yep.
And you're currently incarcerated?
What about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence?
The state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty.
Second degree
what?
murder.
Second degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
They're going to move that mic closer to him.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
Tell the truth.
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
On my co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right, did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me? Say it again?
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
It's interesting how concise the answers
Has anybody
are.
promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Different than, you can juxtapose it to some other witnesses we've seen. Not a lot of explanation. I got 19 years to cooperate. Second degree murder. Just to tell what? To tell the truth. Just this, that. So it's very direct testimony.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
The cameras
No, ma'am. Not at
are
all.
not well focused. It's not you. It's making my eyes crazy too. He's also testified quite a
Have you been offered
bit.
anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
He's like, ma'am, that's not how this shit works. So tell us what happened.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
They said, tell us what happened.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendi.
The people.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendi could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
I think the defense is allowing the
Katie's
leading
boyfriend,
because
Psyches, whatever you want to call him.
it's
All
about
right,
Charlie.
So Katie was the wife of Garcia,
I mean,
but also
wife
the
is-
girlfriend of the dentist?
Like wife
Yeah.
is
Did you have any contact with the
use
dentist
the phrase
ever?
loosely.
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
How much was Katie keeping? Oh, Katie's going to
You know how
testify.
much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was, total was be like 100, something like that.
Okay, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? Is what you got?
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Right.
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
You had a
Yes, ma'am.
picture?
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other, I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence, states 45, Your Honor.
I think they're pulling. I'm interested to see what they're bringing in.
45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phones.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you
I mean, at least it was
came
just
to
a
this
basic
case, related to
ringtone.
this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The objection states 44.
No objection.
Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
That's what he
Jessica.
said.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
The way he said that.
Were you at the time of this
The way
murder
he
living
said
with
that-
Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the car.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first
Closed captioning
trip?
is like,
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically
bleeping that
to
out.
kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it?
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right, and what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Okay. How long were you here that first trip?
so yes, they went up
I
twice.
don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
These
All right,
are
did you hear
very
at
leading
some point that y'all were
questions.
going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right, so you did come back in July, is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his
He's
phone
like,
off?
yeah.
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay, did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay, did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
I don't think the
That's a
defense is going
revolver?
to object to the leading. They've heard all the statements. He's testified multiple times
you remember
before.
an incident
It's going to make everything
where
go faster.
There was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius.
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Through the floor of the passenger side of the Prius.
Shit.
Sir.
Man, I don't remember.
Okay, but
That
he
serves
was
to
messing around with
Garcia.
some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay,
Y'all
that's
fucked up the Prius.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Y'all already had
Who was
contact
good with
set up in
cars, you or
Tallahassee?
Garcia or both?
Garcia.
They're like,
Alright,
we
so
need
he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
we need to know somebody. Okay.
Did you follow Dan Markel again
they
during
fixed
this
it.
second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
That repair was still holding when police found the vehicle later, and they saw, when he told them what had happened, they saw that the repair was still holding. So Garcia actually did a pretty decent job of getting it fixed. But yeah, they had set up contacts in Tallahassee. So they had it figured, they had it sorted, and got the car fixed pretty quickly.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Markel.
leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendi, did you know who Wendi was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
Yeah.
How was it
was
decided
fast.
which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
Yeah, he had other ideas about this.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away
Thrown away where?
in the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
Was that same day?
Show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
That's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same day? 7/18/20?
40.
Yeah,
Is this
same
Mr.
day.
Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee.
6:46 p.m. 7/18/2014, which is why it's still light out. So that's them at the ATM.
See on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Laura in the chat said, you guys have drive-through ATMs? Laura, you don't have drive-through ATMs?
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
A lot of you were like, what do you mean you don't have drive-through ATMs? Oh, this is a whole thing. Yeah.
Do you remember who?
Yes. Drive-through ATMs are a whole thing. A lot of you were like, no, we definitely don't have drive-through ATMs. Interesting. Yes, we have drive-through ATMs. The banks that used to have a drive-through used to have a little like a tube thing that went up into the bank. But yes, drive-through ATMs are definitely a thing. Huh. I love the conversation. Look, we learn something new every trial. We've talked about how liquor gets sold in various states. We've talked about how gas gets pumped in various states. And the drive-through ATMs. There we go.
Who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes,
Happy
ma'am.
birthday,
And were you
Laura
interested in that
Townsend.
phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
He's
And
like, yeah,
was that
give me my
phone
money.
call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Margie, have fun at DMB tonight.
When did you get the money?
I was
Saturday
supposed to
morning.
be there and then trial.
The next day?
The next day.
It just did not work out. I have the best time in LA.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
So
never calls your phone.
it was unusual
She couldn't
then.
get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Gentlemen, chat, maybe I'm old. No one wants their nickname to be Shrimp. Shrimp is not what anybody wants their nickname to be, guys. I mean, not dating advice.
Right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
No, Katie's with Charlie. Katie's with Charlie.
So when you
Garcia's
say
with
that
Shrimp.
Katie
Katie's
was
getting
with
new
both of
boobs.
them, Do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
And now their kids have neither parent because Garcia and Katie are both in prison.
All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in the barber shop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone.
Wait, you were at the barber shop when they went to your house?
Then my baby mama called me.
I
Then
can
my
hear
baby
him.
mama called me.
His baby mama called him
But
and
they
said
came to my
that
house.
they're here looking for you, fool.
Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in the barber shop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right.
Right.
And do you know where
They're
Katie
looking for
got
me.
the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody
How
said he
much
needs
did
his
you get?
cats re-inked. The,
35.
the red one's not going to get re-inked in custody. Not easily, anyway.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was weird. It was all staple. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay,
Onyx.
stapled how?
The fucking Staples. Who the fuck staples money? Who staples money? This case in the stapled money, man. Stapled, musty money. Donna. Good Lord.
All hundreds.
All hundreds.
I'm going to let them just describe how the fucking money was stapled. It's so strange. He's like, yeah, it was weird as fuck.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was all staple. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash. All
Okay,
Onyx.
stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 staple.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
No. He's like, no.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I thought they bought a motorcycle.
46 and 47. Move into evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection.
The stapled money is so weird.
They're admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back
Dude, can we talk about the blue car though? Please tell me the blue car's name, baby.
here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136.
Y'all, when you buy new shit so close in time, they're going to find it from the bank accounts. Always. Renee in the chat said, I'm really close to finding my stapler and some Canadian bills. The Canadian bills are so pretty. The camera on him is just ever so slightly out of focus, which is really just
Show you what I have marked as
making
States
my eyes
Exhibit
crazy.
136.
Tracy in the chat said stapled money is so strange. Why not use rubber bands? Maybe because it was wet and the rubber bands would have ripped? I don't know.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice?
Absolutely.
on the particular call that reference?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 136.
Objection. It's 136.
That's a good point. Brian Esposito in the chat said if I was going to launder money, I'd staple it so it wouldn't get all over the dryer. I don't think she put it in the dryer, though, but it is a good point. Because I don't think it got dried, though. So, you know. Catherine McBanawa testified that it smelled weird. And it was like musty, moldy money.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
I don't know if she put it in a delicate's bag when she washed it, y'all. I got questions. But laundering money is, I don't know who he was talking to. Laundering money is not, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean to physically wash money. Like that's not what it means. The prosecutors are conferring. MJ said, we always question moist bills at the bank. Yes.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Especially if they smell like sweat. Wet money is not good for anybody. It's just nobody wants to touch the wet money. Not at all. No moist money up in here.
Nope.
Did you talk to the dentist at all, was the question?
Did you know where the dentist
Oh.
lived?
Did you know where the dentist
Nope.
lived?
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overruled, and he has knowledge of his
She's asking him what he knows. He was just,
Well, answer the question.
did you see his face? He's like, no. I'm going to back that up because his face was everything. And then the judge is like, he can answer if he knows.
Lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overruled, and he has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time. Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to...
Look, man, don't crime. However, the linear thought process, look, I'm going to do a better pause face. I'm sorry, Madam Prosecutor. Here's the thing. If you knew there was a safe full of money, what would you have done? I would have rolled up and robbed that fool myself. Right. Why? Because robbery carries way less time than murder does, and you don't have to share the money with Katie and Garcia. You just go take it. Right. I'll just go take it. I'll just go roll up on them. I mean, they're stapling money. I'm not really intimidated by their criminal prowess. I see where he's at. I would have just robbed him. And honestly, that's exactly what he would have done. He's like, I would have just robbed him. It makes way more sense. You get way less time.
Question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
He was going to shortcut it. He's like, look, how about we just not murder and go get money? Look, I believe him 100%.
Cross-examination.
The defense attorneys are conferring for cross. I mean, I think if I was the defense attorney, my cross would be, do you know who that woman is over there? No? You ever talk to her? No? You know what her name is? No? Okay. That's it. So we'll see. All of you in the chat are just like, work smarter, not harder. I mean, it makes more sense. Donna, what do you want to, really, Donna, what do you want to ask him? Because Donna's got some questions. And he's just like, hey, here we are again. Different trial. A lot of you were like, he comes across as honest to me. Yeah, he said what he did. He did what he said. He said what everybody else did. And he was like, look, man, I'm going to get mine. I'm not going down for these fucking people. I don't blame him. Donna, stop pointing at Mr. Rivera. He's, ma'am. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's
Garcia.
house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
And
Rivera.
he was going to be taking his kids to school.
Rivera.
So when he came out with the kids, you're trying.
That's why he said, excuse me. She said, Garcia. I'm going to back that up real quick because he's like, what? Huh? Immediately, she calls him the wrong name. He's just like, don't fucking play with me. Oh, I'm going to let that go again. I had to back it up. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your
She didn't
testimony.
catch why he said, excuse me.
It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school, and so you followed him to the school.
She didn't get why he was
Correct.
saying, excuse me.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, was past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Peanut butter crackers were a bad choice of snack for me. I love them, but I normally don't pick them during trial because I don't have enough time to chew in between questions.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize.
She went to go pat him on the arm and was like, nope, not what. He's like, it's that's twice. You know what? Here's the thing. When Denver Diva did it, I was annoyed. I was like, ma'am, stop it. But for him, I'm not annoyed for him. I'm like, that's right. He's like, put some respect on my name. I don't know. Maybe he's just like, ma'am, that's a different defendant. Just call me by the correct name. That's it. He's like, that's twice. Seriously? I had to back it up. He's like, ma'am.
Garcia, I'm going to show you what
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Ma'am, he's been
Yes, I did.
respectful. You need to be respectful back.
Hold on to that for a second.
Yeah, he said that's twice.
Mr. Rivera, when we met with you that day taking your deposition, and I presented that to you, you gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to
drove.
kill Danny Markel. And you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed. And you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
Your defense strategy is Wendi? That's interesting. That's That's interesting to me. Look, first of all, his impression of who wanted what is all through Katie McBanois, but it's interesting that the defense strategy is Wendi wanted him dead, right? Interesting.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
It's going to be real interesting when he testifies. I think she said I have nothing
Redirect
further.
examination.
He's getting all his information from Garcia, who's getting it from Katie, who's getting it from
Mr.
Charlie.
Rivera released, or will he be recalled?
He's to remain under the rule, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
It's 5 o'clock local time.
Parties can approach.
The parties are going to approach, I imagine, about scheduling. I'm going to zoom. We don't have very much zoom room, but I'm going to zoom. Oh my God, that recording sign. It looks more like a microphone from here. The more zoomed in we are, the more, yeah, no, the more it looks like a microphone, I guess. But we're going to see what the judge has to say.
Jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day.
All right, they are done for the day.
Same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you.
Jury out.
Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday.
Before they step out, may we touch on one other item?
Yes.
She said before they step out, may we approach. I didn't hear the last word. I'm going to back up on what she said.
Judge, before they step out, may we touch on one other item?
Yes.
I couldn't hear what she said. All right. They're going to approach before the jury steps out. I'm going to zoom. I'm curious to hear if he addresses the jury and says anything else. Monday is going to be a little bit of a late day for me, so we'll talk about that once we put this on the record. But are we starting later on Monday, Your Honor?
Members of the jury, actually, please report at 9:15. And by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information.
That's not much later.
Have a good night.
But it's a little bit later. So about scheduling. It looks like it said she said one other item. So a lot of you have commented on the respectfulness to Mr. Rivera. That is not surprising to me. There is I don't really, we can talk about gangs and gang testimony and stuff later, but he took a deal. He's there to testify. He's there to be cooperative. Treat him with respect. He's going to treat you with respect. That's what came across on the stand. I saw what I saw. I did what I did. I'll tell you what I tell you. And we're going to get less time for talking. He was like, all right, I'm not going out for these people.
Gentlemen, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through, about 10 minutes ago, so.
Okay.
Right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness and go through it smoothly.
No, let's do it now.
Opportunity to get some rest for the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Monday is not a holiday.
Yes, sir.
That's
Thank you.
the following Monday.
To introduce one of the ATM still images, Safety Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this time?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection.
No objection. There you are.
States 37 is admitted. Briefly before
And again,
we leave today,
there were times where the defense could object and didn't. That was one of them. And the defense is like, no, the defense really is tailoring their objections, though I think some things should have come pre-trial, but they are tailoring their objections to things specific to Donna, which, though the judge got annoyed, it will keep it tailored. A lot of you had said there's a holiday in the UK on Monday. Fair enough. For the UK, it's a holiday. Fair enough. Thank you, chat. For courts in the US, Monday, September 1st will be a holiday.
through what has been admitted and has not.
So they're checking in on the evidence?
I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, and 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame.
Yes.
And the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit Stacy exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed, what else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
Yes, that matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used. I'm
Yes.
advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes.
And those are the binders that are not going to come into evidence, but are demonstratives, which means the jury will see them, but they're not coming in. They need to be marked.
Also as to 64 AA. All right. 8:30 on Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
All right. Day one and done. So everybody's going to exit out of the courtroom. I'm just going to leave this on for a moment. I'm sure that this feed will end shortly, but I'm going to leave it on for just a moment and we will go from there. So yeah, we are done with day one. They got through 6 witnesses today, and that is the end of the feed. So 6 witnesses at the end of day one in the trial against Donna Adelson. What we have learned from the few cross-examinations we've seen in the defense opening statement is "it wasn't me" is going to be the theme of the defense case. These people did this, but Donna didn't. You didn't see Donna do this. You didn't see Donna do that. And in a conspiracy case, it's fair because other members of the conspiracy wouldn't have interacted with Donna, wouldn't have seen Donna. So as we get into all of this, there is an ongoing fight over some emails, but those are going to be largely, I think, cleared up with Wendi Adelson, because Wendi is going to talk about what she sent to her mother and then the conversations that they had about them as it relates to the divorce proceedings, which is one of the things that the defense really fought over today in court, which very much frustrated the court because he said this was all part of pretrial motions. And it was. The defense made pretrial motions exactly on point. The defense said, but we got one exhibit and then we got a different exhibit. They knew that the divorce proceedings were coming in. They knew that the state was seeking to admit various information that was provided to Donna in legal proceedings. The defense knew all of this. So that's part of why the court was frustrated that this hadn't come up more specifically in pretrial motions. Though the court in part said, yes, the prosecution needs to go through the exhibit and connect them, link them, find the nexus between what was sent to Donna in the emails and any court documents that are going to be admitted against Donna to show her knowledge, motive, state of mind. So they have to go through and make sure that those things are connected back. And that's what the prosecution was talking about. So we are going to see more testimony on Monday. I am going to be streaming late on Monday because I have a flight on Monday morning. So I will be starting a little bit later in the morning. I will keep you posted on that. I probably won't be starting till maybe almost the lunch break in court if travel goes smoothly. But that's what we have the Lawnerd app for. If all of you watch trial in the morning, I do not mind. But if you come in with spoilers, because I won't necessarily get to see it, then, well, Nightbot and I will both be like, what are we doing? So I will let you know if travel day goes smoothly when I will be streaming. For all of you on the West Coast, just go, thank you, Emily. So it is going to be after 10:30 Central that I will start. So we'll be behind time. We'll just skip through lunch and go through the entire Monday, probably in one go. So if all of you look forward to sleeping in a little bit on Monday, don't worry. Don't worry. We will be, well, we'll be keeping the spoilers at bay, and we will let you know in the Lawnerd app. If we have a smooth travel day, then it will be, well, we'll let you know exactly what time, hoping that a travel day goes smoothly, but it's not going to be exactly when court starts. If you want to know where you can watch this trial, or if you want to join me to watch trial, go ahead and get the Lawnerd app. I will always let you know when we're back from breaks, which witnesses are on the stand, and when we are streaming. I shouldn't have too many more interruptions this trial, but I know a lot of you on the West Coast are just like, thank you so much for the later start time. You're not going to miss anything. It's fine. Also, we always have the replays up. We have the timestamps up. So if you want to zoom, you can zoom along with it. We're going to do some questions. As I said, we had, we've got some things that we're working out with YouTube on chat, so I can't pull them up on stream. So if I missed your super chat, apologies on my end because I cannot pull them all up. I have seen quite a lot of them. I have seen your questions, but I can't pull them all up on screen. So thank you to everyone who gifted memberships. Thank you to all our new members. Let's do a quick Q&A and then we're going to roll. It's been a long day and Emily has to pack. So Emily needs to do that. Like for sure. I know. I feel like this trial is the whole like find out trial. It's just all of it. So to all the new members, thank you. To everyone who gifted memberships, thank you. To everyone who's asked questions throughout, thank you. Yes, the reason they're allowed to bring in convictions is because they are relevant to those who have been convicted. They don't prejudice the jury against, well, they could. The jury can consider that in evaluating their evidence or testimony as truthful or not, but it's really up to the jury. It's just fairly cut and dry. The prosecution doesn't really ask anything with dramatic flair. It's pretty neutral tones. The prosecutor is just neutral in the questioning, kind of a flatter, not flamboyant or dramatic affect, and just kind of a very business-like questioning. And it's, you were convicted. How much time did you get? You had a federal case. You had 5 prior convictions. Just really just the facts, only the facts, nothing but the facts questioning. A lot of leading. The defense, of course, isn't objecting to some of that leading. And I think the chat pointed out well, and I talked about it earlier, that, look, their defense is, okay, all those people did those things, but Donna didn't do it. So yeah, you just kind of let it go. It keeps trial moving along. And we see that the defense is going to fight on the things that relate to Donna. So that's what I expect for the rest of the trial, really, that they're going to fight over the emails. They're going to fight over the characterizations in the emails, what Donna knew, what didn't Donna know, the shared email account and the rest of it. But the shared email of it all with Harvey just loops Harvey in. And then it's like, okay, well, she's signing these emails, mom. Some of them are mom and dad. Some of them are dad. Okay, so everybody was in the same email? So Harvey saw what was going on in the emails too? Okay. But again, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. When it comes to digital evidence, you have to prove to the jury who's behind the keyboard. And Wendi, I imagine, is going to be asked, okay, you sent your mother this. What did she say to you on the phone? What did she respond to? Because conversations don't just necessarily happen in one medium. It's an email, then a text follow-up, a call follow-up, and you're going to have all those different follow-ups. So that's all going to get looped back around with Wendi, and the defense knows that. But throwing Wendi under the bus was an interesting thing. Did Wendi know that was coming? Because Wendi fought to squash the subpoena. Yes, it's technically called quashing, but to quash the subpoena, and they were just like, so who wanted this murder? Was it Wendi? Did you mark her name down on this chart from the defense? They're going with Wendi. Wendi wanted it, and Charlie handled it. But what was surprising to me today is learning that Donna was sending like lists of Match.com matches to Wendi in the email. What? And was opening statements just this morning? Was it just, like, literal scroll outside my window? Was it just this morning? Was it just this morning that we learned that the Jailhouse informants that the defense was asking so much about in voir dire will be testifying that Donna tried to offer them pecuniary benefit for testimony that Catherine McBanawa said certain things in custody that she didn't in fact say, and Donna wrote them a script? The emails aren't the biggest problem for the defense, are they? It's gonna be, wrote them a handwritten script with questions and answers. Okay, Donna. Okay. Sure. That's going to play out. That's going to play out well for you, I suspect. I'm being sarcastic. Yeah, Donna had her own walk the dog letter. It's real interesting. It's real interesting. So Donna was still trying to control the things that were happening, even once she was talking to those in custody. So I'm real interested to see what's going to happen Monday. Day 1 of trial is done. It's real interesting. The ADHD Stitcher said, I haven't seen openings yet. Just zoom back in the stream. We've been streaming for 8 hours. at 3 minutes. That's why the words are getting hard and my brain is tired. So, Law Nerds, I'm sure you're tired. It's Friday. Enjoy Friday evening. I will see you. We will have lots of Zoom room on Monday. Let's just fingers crossed for smooth travel plans. I will keep you in the loop on the app. Have a good weekend. I will keep you posted on what I am getting up to this weekend, and I'm sure I will be sharing that on social and in the Law Nerd Lounge. So I will keep you posted on what's up this weekend. So with all of it, we know we're traveling. It just is what it is. Sometimes trials and travels coincide, but I was going to try to get to LA to go see Dave, and then trial and travels and Dave, so we couldn't do that. But we will be back on Monday. Get the app, stay in the loop. Chat, thank you for already being like, we promise we will rein in the spoilers. I know. Dana Hugs in the chat said, my daughter and I are going to see Yacht Rock on Saturday. Have the best time. Yacht Rock is amazing. Are you going to see Yachtly Crew? We love some Yachtly Crew up in here. Law Nerds, I'm going to roll the outro. I will see you soon. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. It's been a long day, but it's good to be back in trial with y'all. I wouldn't want to watch it with anyone else. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Team Baker. And I will see you guys soon. Let's go. We're back in trial. And I will see you on Monday. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.